Anna. Ui, ui, ui. Aham. Uh, 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 uh. Ui, 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 ui. Anna. Ui. Seblo. Ei, Anna. Ei, ei. Oh. Oh. Ei, 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 ei. S. Ja, ja. Számolta be. Anna. Ui. Anna. Dobro. Sebo. Sebo.
kako si lepa, ko se vrtiš v tej svoji modri obleki. Čeprav tako okrogla, tako zaobljena, zame si popolno telo sredi neba. Vsi smo te že obdelali po dolgem in počez, s tvojimi sadovi smo se sladkali. Hodili smo po tebi, te zanemarjali, ti se treseš in besniš, jaz vem, to nisi ti, kaj naj storimo, da te malo pomirimo. Smo le človeška bitja, del neke večje slike, a lahko pomagamo. Ugasnimo luči, da spet vidiš zvezde, odnesimo smeti, da zadihaš lahko. Pazimo na vodo, da ne odteče vir življenja, če ne pazimo na to, življenja več ne bo. Tako malo pozornosti, tako malo dejanj, tako malo potrebno je, da vsem skupaj boljše in bolj le malo dejanj. Jasno je, kaj naj storimo, da te malo pomirimo. Smo le človeška bitja, del neke večje slike, a lahko pomagamo. Ugasnimo luči, da spet vidiš zvezde, odnesimo smeti, da zadihaš lahko. Pazimo na vodo, da ne odteče vir življenja, če ti ne prisluhnemo, življenja več ne bo. Kako si lepa, ko se vrtiš v tej svoji modri obleki.
Dober dan, dobro jutro. Spoštovane dame, cenjeni gospodje, ekscelence, spoštovana komisarka, spoštovana ministra, dobrodošli na Bledu. Dear ladies and gentlemen, excellences, distinguished guests, welcome to Slovenia and Bled, welcome to the 15th Strategic Energy Technology Conference. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Slovenian Ministry of Infrastructure, the government, and the European Commission, and of course, dear ladies and gentlemen, on my behalf, my name is Peter Frankl. I'm the publisher of the media company Finance, based in Ljubljana, and I will be your conference master. I'm taking this role with great pride and also humility. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Be it on site, be it online, your presence is so valuable. Please do observe the health restrictions, wear masks, and maintain distance. And just a few words before we really kick off. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we know where we would like to be in the coming years. Important and ambitious commitments have been made. The path to reach these goals will not be the easiest one. To be safe on our way, we have to nurture the spirit of togetherness. The aim of the conference is to exchange best practices and ideas with open eyes, hearts, and a common understanding. Let's pave this road, also this conference, passionately, joyfully, and with hard work. Let me conclude by quoting the Indian philosopher Rabindranath Tagore. I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and I saw that life was duty. I worked and behold, duty was joy. Thank you once again for being here. And now we are really kicking off. I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Jernej Vrtovec, the Slovenian Minister of Infrastructure. Please, Minister, open the conference. Here we go.
guests, welcome to Slovenia. Welcome to Slovenia. Welcome here in Bled, which will offer us an additional incentive for successful work due to its beautiful natural scenery. I also welcome everyone who is participating via video conferencing. 2 intensive days are ahead of us, full of content that it's important not only for the energy and research sector, but also for the general public. It's really precisely at this time that we are facing increasing concerns related to rising energy prices, which affect anything from the economy to individual households. But unfortunately, we are also increasingly affected by the consequences of climate change, which remind us that it's a high time to roll up ourselves. We all have the same goal, to make the European Union climate neutral by 2050 at the latest. We must not delude ourselves that this year is still far away. In energy and climate terms, 2030 is today, and 2050 is tomorrow. Our key guideline is pursuing this ambitious goal must be to put people first. We must not forget anyone, and we will not leave anyone behind. Just transition is one of the commitments that has been set very high also in Slovenia, and we have to find the way to bring energy technologies to serve this purpose. Which brings me to today's topics. Research and innovation in the field of energy is part of the solution to these extremely complex challenges. And this is precisely where the past work within the framework of the SET plan have brought a lot of benefits already. The yearly SET plan conference served to propose to bring together all those that have a role to play. In particular, it brings together key relevant representatives of industry, academia, and also policymakers. I wish you all really fruitful discussion that will undoubtedly bring many new tough ideas and pathways. It's the task of all of us, and especially of the politicians and other decision makers, to make sure that these ideas and tough become concrete projects that will come to live also in practice. And it's crucial to ensure enhanced investment in research and innovation. In addition to national budgets, an important role in this process is also played by the private sector and by the European Union through this program. I am delighted to know that the Slovenian government is paying increasing attention to innovation and education in terms of the budget funds. In addition to this, comprehensive and quality education is an important as the promotion of innovation. Bringing together different stakeholders in the field of energy is an essential component, the mission of the SET Plan Conference, which has proven to be a successful formula in recent years. I will observe with interest the demonstration of the best practice and flagship project scheduled for the conference program, and I am glad that some successful Slovenian companies and projects are also among them. Let me take a quick look at the program of this year's conference. We will address important topics such as energy efficiency, smart buildings and cities also, smart networks, smart industrial growth, new low carbon technologies for enabling the transition to climate neutrality, the role of new energy carriers, and especially hydrogen. We will touch upon the role of a regulatory framework for fostering innovation and see the achievements of SET plan implementation working groups. We will also engage in debates on the future of SET plan and reach out to the citizens in order to see what people have to say. The green transition demands extraordinary and, I am say, even revolutionary changes for us. Dear all, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me point out some of the most pressing questions we need to address in relation to development of energy technologies in the near future. Firstly, decentralized Decentralized production of electricity and gas requires different methods for establishing and operating networks that transmit this energy. What digital technologies and innovation do we need to enable more flexible and efficient management of clean energy production and consumption for the benefit of the end user? Well, I am pleased to point out that Slovenia Electricity Transmission System Operator is one of the leading players in the field of integration of decentralized renewable energy sources and new solutions for balancing the electricity system and managing flows in the European electricity network. And secondly, new materials and technologies, the integration of renewable energy sources and new storage capacity by means of batteries or hydrogen will drive energy efficiency and the flexibility of the energy and mobility system. In order to enable these climate-friendly technologies to spread, we need to ensure that they are accepted by the public, which can often be a challenge. In this regard, I draw attention to the importance of the communication, which must be understandable and respectful at the same time. And thirdly, the new ambitious climate goals require that we significantly accelerate the development and use of clean energy. Will hydrogen and other technologies, including synthetic fuels, evolve fast enough to enable the decarbonization of energy production and their use in industry? What could be the best energy mix for the economy? And will it include new nuclear technologies such as, for example, small modular reactors? How will the transition to clean energy affect the competitiveness of European industry, both in terms of production cost and the production of energy equipment? These are the crucial issues that we will need to resolve, and I see an important contribution in the set plan in connection with this as well. So, if I may finally take a look at the future of the set plan, it's essential to ensure in the widest and deepest possible cooperation between member states in the field of research and innovation, which can help achieve the objectives set in the Green Deal. Slovenia will be an active and really active partner here. The set plan conference is a central mechanism for cooperation between member states, industry, and interested stakeholders, ensuring synergies between initiative and providing a platform for coordination. In drawing particular attention to the importance of the revised European research area, which provides a new cross-sectoral approach to know-how, data, infrastructure, and exchange of researches. Dear colleagues, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, all the topics I have listed point to the diversity of the content and the importance of set plan conference. We can proudly establish that the European Union is a leader in innovation and research in pursuit of climate neutrality. The EU is also the most ambitious in setting climate and energy goals and leads by example in the international community. We must maintain this primacy, not because of prestige, but because of our responsibility to future generations. The future generation is one of the most developing communities of countries in the world. The set plan conference is one of the most important tools in these efforts. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a really successful work to all of you. Thank you very much. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister, but please do remain on stage.
It's government.
I always have to direct those government people where they should sit. It's a hard job, right, Minister? Yeah. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, you know it is a hybrid conference, meaning we are switching from online to on-site and so forth. And now it's time for the keynote address. With great pleasure, I would like to announce Ms. Kadri Simpson, Commissioner for Energy, European Commission. Ms. Kadri Simpson, the TVs and the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear Minister Võrtavets, Minister Kustets, colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the Z-Plan community on this 15th edition of the Z-Plan conference, and a special thanks and congratulations to the Slovenian Presidency of the Council for the organization of this year's conference. I truly regret that I was not able to be with you today because European Parliament gave me a wonderful opportunity to present in front of them the State of the Energy Union report, and because of the timing, I missed my flight. But I do enjoy being with you virtually. The other side of 2050 will be a new world. Our aim is to be the first climate neutral continent, and so we will need new technologies to match. And today I want to briefly touch up on three things that will get us where we want to get through research and innovation. And they are purpose, investment, and collaboration. First, on purpose. To reach climate neutrality by 2050 and a reduction of at least 55% of emissions already within the next decade, we need purpose. We need drive, and we need to focus our efforts on clean energy research and innovation in the years and decades to come. And during the summer, we adopted the first part of Fit for 55 package, including a revision of the renewable energy and energy efficiency directives. And in December comes the second part, including a hydrogen and gas decarbonization package, a new regulation on methane emissions, and also the revision of the energy performance of buildings directive. All of this takes place with a backdrop of a recent sharp spike in energy prices, a risk to vulnerable consumers, but also small businesses and our energy security alike. And the role of research and innovation is essential to strengthen resilience against future shocks in the longer term. If you want to hear about specifics, the success stories in the EU, we have them. The overall cost of a number of clean energy technologies has dramatically reduced over the past years. For instance, costs for electricity from utility-scale solar photovoltaics fell 85% between 2010 and 2020. And costs from lithium-ion battery packs for electric vehicles have fallen by 89% in the last decade. This is the direction I want to go in. It supports our overall purpose in the clean energy transition. We just need to accelerate even faster. Second, I want to mention investment. Innovation is the main driver of the EU's sustainable economic growth and our best bet to ensure our competitive and resilient sustainability. But investment is a crucial ingredient, one which we too often lack. And they are the beginning of an innovation domino effect. The energy transition will depend on our ability to mobilize large-scale investments. With the investment in hand, we can translate EU research performance into innovation. And this innovation has the potential to evolve into new products and services. And the end result is a boost in competitiveness and leadership of the EU clean energy sector. Our yearly progressive report on the competitiveness of clean energy technologies shows that despite difficulties, we are not starting from scratch. It also shows that the clean energy sector is one of our main assets. The EU remains at the forefront of clean energy research, and we have brilliant minds in Europe. And those minds have a strong focus on greening our planet at global level. The EU has a greater share of green technologies in all inventions and continues to host a quarter of the top 100 companies in green high-value patents over the last 5 years. So we are ahead of the pack when it comes to high-value inventions in renewables and energy efficiency. But again, coming back to investment, we need the right funding to get the best ideas from the drawing board to reality. EU public R&I still remains lower than a decade ago, and lower than other major economies as a percentage of GDP. Our competitiveness progress report also shows that Europe is investing a larger share of venture capital in energy solutions compared to the US and China, mostly in the development of core technologies for renewable energy generation and energy storage. However, EU-based climate tech startups still trail their global counterparts in their ability to scale. For example, wind industry, where nearly half of the companies active in the sector are headquartered in the EU, and about a fourth of all global facilities are located in the EU. Our report also shows that global competition is getting tougher, and we need to go further, especially in investment, to remain competitive. And third and finally, I want to talk about cooperation. After all, it's what gathers each of you here today. As you all know, it is fundamental for a successful innovation ecosystem. We can accelerate the development and deployment of clean energy solutions only through effective collaboration. In the last years, these synergies have been turned into concrete projects and outcomes with a set plan. Already under Horizon 2020, the cooperation in working groups have crystallized into several year-end projects addressing solar photovoltaics, concentrated solar power, ocean energy, as well as smart cities and smart grids. In these co-funded projects, several member states and associated countries contribute national funding topped up by EU funding. They jointly launch calls for proposal and manage projects together. This is a remarkable example of concrete joint R&I support and cross-dissemination among the set plan countries. Joint actions are continuing and expanding under Horizon Europe with the launch soon of the co-funded Clean Energy Technologies Partnership. Another clear example is the development of two important multi-billion euro projects. Projects of common European interest and battery innovation, the first coordinated by France and the second by Germany. They involve 12 EU countries and companies and research organizations along the whole value chain. This involves 6.1 billion euro of public funding by participating member states, which is expected to unlock an additional 14 billion euro in private investment. Last year, we started together a journey to better align the set plan to the European Green Deal through the input papers on energy system integration, offshore wind, and the Innovation Day prepared by the set plan community. And we need to continue along these lines, making sure that the link between research and energy policies is enhanced. And meanwhile, the new multi-annual financial framework program, which with the Recovery and Resilience Facility, Horizon Europe, and Next Generation EU, together with the Innovation Fund, provide unprecedented support to boost R&I actions and accelerate the deployment of clean energy solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that almost half of the CO2 emissions reductions that are needed by 2050 will come from technologies that are not yet on the market. Three main aspects that will get us there is a strong purpose, increased investment, and even greater collaboration. And on that final aspect, what better tool than the set plan? So we share a common objective, creating a cleaner, safer, more secure, and more competitive energy landscape for future generations, using the best of what science can offer. During this conference, let's take stock of our achievements, but let's also look at the ambitious targets ahead of us and reflect on what we can do even better in the set plan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simpson. Please allow myself, the Minister, and the audience one question. Is that fine with you?
Yes, of course.
Well, the question would be, what is, in your view, the ideal energy mix for 2040? Taking into account we already have the decision to decarbonize fully by 2050. The ideal energy mix in 2040.
Well, we are starting discussions how it should look like. We know that we need more electricity. We prioritize electrification where we can, because right now electricity accommodates most of the renewables. And actually last year was the first year ever when in European Union electricity production from renewables was bigger than from fossil fuels. And then, of course, with our December package, we will start decarbonizing our gas market. We want to accommodate more renewable gases, clean gases. We want to create a well-functioning market for green hydrogen. So this takes us finally to the climate neutral Europe. And from my perspective, I think that it's very important that the Commission is giving a clear signal also to market participants so that they know where they need to innovate and where it is wise to invest their finances. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to go on, but before handing over the word to the next moderator, there is an icebreaker question. You know, as you know, this is a hybrid conference, and we would really like your feedback. So, now it's about Slido. You know everything about Slido, so do I. Well, not really, but I was taught. And now, please, in your phones, it's about giving feedback. In your phones, enter the world, go to www.slido.com. In the empty space, write the word set plan. Are we there? Yeah, okay. So now there's a multiple choice question at the moment, and it goes like this. Please choose the correct statement. Slovenia is an alpine country. Number 2, Slovenia is a Mediterranean country. Number 3, Slovenia is a flatland Pannonian country. And number 4, Slovenia combines the best of all 3 worlds. Which would be the correct answer? Go on, go on. Well, I must say that it is looking rather good. 91% of all of you, no, it's 86 now. 86. If those of you who have already answered, I don't think there's a change possible. 83. Oh, we were at 91. Now it's only 83. 85. We're going back. Okay, so this was an icebreaker question. This is how Slido works. Slovenia definitely is a country with Alps, with the sea, Mediterranean Sea, and the Pannonian flatland, and encompasses the best of all 3 worlds. So, welcome to the best of the worlds, dear ladies and gentlemen. Now, I would like to invite to the stage the Slovenian Ministry of Education, Ms. Simona Kustec. Please join your colleague. Madam, thank you very much. And it is my great honor to have a seat, to hand over the floor to Jean-Éric Paquet. He will moderate the next session. Jean-Éric Paquet, Director General, Directorate General for Research and Innovation, European Commission. Mr. Paquet, the floor is yours.
Peter, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to join you, even if only virtually. I think the ice-breaking question was a bit of a leading question, but it also shows that we all very well know Slovenia, which is indeed a wonderful country. And I would, like Commissioner Simpson, much prefer to be with you and not just join you virtually. However, it's, as said, a great pleasure to welcome you to this first high-level panel. A panel of remarkable actors in the SAT plan and the energy transition. Commissioner Simpson stays with us. Commissioner, good morning. We have also joining us Maria Graça Carvalho from the European Parliament, which is a great pleasure for me to welcome. Minister Kustec was just called on stage. Minister, I don't see you, but I know you are with us, so welcome as well. And we will also have Commissioner Gabriel, which will join the panel with a video address in a short moment. I also have the privilege of an ice-breaking Slido question. Slido was introduced a second ago. If I can suggest you go back to your device and open your Slido page again. And the question is going to be, where are you joining us from this morning for this conference? So if you could just enter the place or the country you are joining us from, and this will then be brought in by a nice word cloud as I introduce the panel. So we have people coming from Bled and Turkey, Germany, Brussels. Let's see a little bit where you all are this morning. The panel this morning is going to follow up really very much from the opening keynote from Commissioner Simpson. We will explore how the SAT plan can provide the proper platform to accelerate our energy transition. We are in a moment where the Green Deal is gaining momentum in the European Union. We have seen in Glasgow that many others across the globe are now aiming at 2050 for carbon neutrality. But the discussion in Glasgow, very much based on the IPCC report, was also very much about accelerating carbon emission reductions by 2030 and on the way to 2050. And that is very much, of course, the strategic framework of the European Union with the 55% CO2 reduction we are aiming to by 2030. And increasingly, our innovation investments, as Commissioner Simpson illustrated, need to be connected with deployments into markets, but also into society, so that these CO2 reductions take place faster ahead of 2030 and 2050. And so the conference and the panel now, the conference this yearly conference more generally, is very much about the SAT plan communities, looking at how they are today organized, looking how we deliver research and innovation outcomes, and then explore, I would argue, how the continuum from knowledge and science, applied research, innovation, but then deployment and take-up of these clean energy technologies can be accelerated with this ambition to reduce our CO2 emissions and pioneer an early reduction of CO2 emissions also for the world. This is what we will try to explore in the panel, with, of course, one key dimension, which is today also extremely important and very visible, including in the context of Europe and the world, hopefully progressively moving beyond the pandemic, is the human-centric nature of this energy transition, well identified by the Commission in the Green Deal, but where certainly more attention in terms of research and innovation can be put to that human-centric dimension of the energy transition. This is also part of this year's conference. So we will have, as is customary, a first round of introduction by our panelists. But before I move to that, maybe we can have a look at the word cloud to see where we are all coming from. So, I mean, many of you joined the SETPlan conference in Bled, which I think is really nice. But then I can see that you are really joining remotely all over Europe. You are absolutely in I think nearly all member states, and that I think is of course an indication of the broad reach of the SETPlan communities over time and at this year's conference. So let's move now to the introductory statements. I will, as I said, Maria Gabriel, Commissioner for Research, Innovation, Education, Youth and Sports, is not, unfortunately, was not able to join. She will send her greetings, but I think she will do it herself now in this video address. So over to Commissioner Gabriel.
Jean-Éric, before we start, may I just shortly interrupt? I was just informed that the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Jernej Vrtovec, has to leave, and I would like to excuse him. Mr. Vrtovec, all the best. Enjoy the day, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Minister.
Jean-Éric, back to you.
Thank you. And if you could, therefore, now please launch Commissioner Gabriel's video.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister Kustec, dear Simona, dear Mrs. de Graça Carvalho, dear Maria, dear guests, I would especially like to thank the Slovenian Presidency of the Council of the European Union for the opportunity to open this extraordinary high-level panel focused on discussing on how to make strategic energy technology plan better delivering for society. After COP26, only a few days behind us, this conference today is a unique opportunity to start the discussion for a revamp of the SET plan in 2022 to make sure it continues to be a key instrument for delivering on the European Green Deal and Fit for 55. In a world facing unprecedented energy challenges and the consequences of a health and economic crisis, the European research and innovation must drive the transformative agenda of the clean energy transition. This also makes economic sense. We, the Commission, are strongly supporting the clean energy transition with the European Green Deal, Horizon Europe, and a bold recovery package aimed at economic and jobs growth. Horizon Europe will invest in forward-looking, mission-oriented and impact-focused research and innovation. The programme foresees an important budget of 15 billion euro for Cluster 5, Climate, Energy and Mobility. Its first calls for proposals have been closed and more than 1 billion euro was allocated to different cutting-edge research and innovation projects that can contribute to clean energy transition and make it just and inclusive. Horizon Europe will power the Green Deal transformation and also help define the future of strategic energy technology plan. So far, the integrated SET plan has helped to focus on 10 strategic technological priorities to enhance synergies between the Commission, European member states, associated countries and industries, and has boosted the transition towards a climate-neutral energy system. Let me give an example. Thanks to the Strategic Energy Technology Plan, we have more than 1,200 research and innovation collaborative projects in the EU, mobilizing over 13 billion euro in 2020. Success stories include the implementation of the SET plan through the important projects of common interest for batteries, cost reductions for offshore wind, and positive energy districts in cities. Now it's time to take the Strategic Energy Technology Plan to the next level and make it fit for 55. I would like to invite you to reflect in particular on 5 issues. First of all, how can we revamp the Strategic Energy Technology Plan in order to ensure that it will deliver on the European Green Deal targets and that it will accelerate the implementation of its strategies, in particular the offshore wind strategy, the European hydrogen strategy, and the forthcoming solar communication. The set plan implementation plans have an impressive number of targets and objectives. We need to make sure that they are aligned to and reinforcing our Green Deal targets and objectives. Moreover, it may be worth exploring a more mission-oriented approach for the Strategic Energy Technology Plan working groups. Second, how can we revamp the Strategic Energy Technology Plan in order to make it more human-centric and support the social dimension of the clean energy transition? Citizens need clean but also affordable, secure and safe energy in all their activities, living, working and moving. Citizen engagement is also a core principle for driving the new Horizon Europe missions, and it will be equally important for the future evolution of the Strategic Energy Technology Plan. Third, how can we strengthen synergies between the strategic plan and Horizon Europe, as well as the work on clean energy transitions by international organizations? We designed Horizon Europe with synergies in mind, and I especially applaud the strong involvement and commitment of the Strategic Energy Technology Plan community in successfully setting up the Horizon Europe co-fund partnerships on clean energy transition. Fourth, regarding the governance, I see a need for more political visibility for the Strategic Energy Technology Plan work. It may be worth exploring whether we can align it to the new European research area approach, as both develop an integrated European knowledge and research system requiring strengthened ambitions, both at European and national level and with industry, to work together. Fifth, I think the Strategic Energy Technology Plan should also play an important role in education and training. Education plays a key role for disseminating evidence-based knowledge, as well as adjusting skills to the needs, offering careers to young European generations. Let us reflect on how the set plan could support national governments in their efforts to align their education and training systems with the changes urgently required for the green transition. Let me conclude by saying that I'm especially glad to see today so many women actively committed to clean energy innovation at senior level. Gender equality is an important goal of our program, a core European value also flagged by this presidency. If there is one key message I would like to take away from my intervention today, it is this. The Strategic Energy Technology Plan is a key tool to deliver on our European Green Deal ambitions, and the Commission is fully committed to support a revamping of the Strategic Energy Technology Plan to make sure that it reaches its full potential in accelerating the clean energy transition for Europe in an inclusive and human-centric way. I wish you a successful event.
As you have heard, Commissioner Gabriel, the Commission is expecting an ambitious revamp. We have ahead of us now several months of work, and there is no doubt that the work during the conference this year will pave the way for that ambitious revamp. Can I now turn Minister Kustec to you? You are Minister for Education, Science and Sports of Slovenia. And I would be grateful, dear Simona, for your short introductory statement.
Thank you very much. Respectful Commissioners Gabriel and Simpson, respectful Member of the European Parliament, Mrs. Carvalho, dear Jean-Enrique, dear respectful participants, colleagues. Actually, when we are speaking about the green topics, we are speaking about the so-called the topics of our young generations. It is something that is our obligation, and it is something that is their expectation for their future lives. Even if we are looking at some data referring to the first topic that they see as the topic for their political participation, you would identify the green and environmental issues and topics. And therefore, this kind of a human-centric approach that we are addressing the whole morning already is exactly this. So it is industry that is important, of course, but we need to be aware that everything that we are going to do needs to be here and needs to serve for the sake of the people. And yes, it is here also the sake of the nature. We are the first that are responsible also for the nature, but again, we as the people. And we are the ones who are going to decide what kind of technology and what kind of ways we are going to apply to live better, to live even more quality than before that. And from this perspective, I can understand, and I want to understand the role of the Green Deal mission or green energy transition in the eyes of science, research, innovation, and also education. And this is something that we are kind of addressing, this kind of approach through not only the work of our ministry responsible for education, science, and sport, but also now in the times of being the president country to the Council of the European Union in those fields. And what we've managed to do together, not only with the member states, but with the very tight and very effective cooperation with the European Commission and also European Parliament, is that we addressed, and I wish we are going to do even the formal confirmation of this tomorrow at the COMPET Council in Brussels. Something that we called the revisit version of the European research area. And why I'm emphasizing this so much and so intensively? Because I see that the main and the fundamental elements and also works defined in the understanding of the new European research area are exactly the ones that we need to address, understand, and also apply when we are speaking about Green Deal or green energy transition as well. And the most important elements in this era approach that I see needs to be applied also here in the green energy transition approach are the following. The first one is the governance approach. Governance approach that refers to the tight cooperation among all different involved stakeholders. That means that we can only find the solutions and we can only implement them further on if we do cooperate. If we find the platform where we will hear and listen to each other and then create the solutions and the missions further on together. And this is something, as I said, it is the very, very important part inside ERA, and something that is also the way how to move on with those most topical issues that we need to deal with. And definitely these green issues are the ones of that. And the second very important element inside this era, and as well in the topic that we are addressing today, is the synergy. The synergy meaning that we need to put all the forces that we have together. We need to cooperate together in the field of research, innovation, education, industry, business, everywhere where we have those important powers. We need to join those powers. We need to kind of also interlink them together, include all of those elements together with the aim to to go further on. When we are speaking about green energy transition as such, I am quite sure that we are not debating very much about whether the goals and what kind of goals are needed and so on and so forth. We are more like debating in details important questions of the percentages and so on. So more or less we need to debate about the ways how to proceed, the measures, the instruments that we need to apply. But the whole message of the fact that we need to do everything to save our planet and to enable our children and our youth generations to be able to live safely from this perspective in their lives is something that is a fact. So it is only the mission now for us, how we are going to address this. I'm very, very glad to hear that we do share the commitment among each other that we are going to do this together and that we are going to do this cross-sectoral and with this kind of a governance, participation and inclusion approach. And once again, thank you very much for letting me the opportunity to address you, to participate actively in this panel, and to enabling me to send those messages further on, the messages for which I believe also we as the decision makers are in the first line to follow them. Thank you so much.
Minister, thank you very much. Thank you for indeed underlining that the younger generation is waiting for tangible action and results, and I think the SET plan can provide that, but also for connecting it to the European research area. I think the SET plan historically, and very much today as well, is one of the most powerful illustrations of what a thematic European research area can indeed deliver. Commissioner Simpson, you already in your keynote speech gave us really a very deep insight into how you see the SET plan, but I would like to give you the opportunity to complement, if you so wish, now at the beginning of the panel, Commissioner.
Thank you, and good morning once again, dear Minister, member of the European Parliament, Ms. Carvalho, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to take part in this high-level panel on the orientation of the SET plan. And as I said in introduction, the challenge to meet our 2030 and 2050 energy and climate objectives is immense, and it requires a profound transformation of the energy system. We need more decentralized markets with more players. We need greater energy efficiency, a higher proportion of renewable energy sources, and a more highly interconnected system. So incentives will also be needed to trigger this massive transformation. And as we all know, the SET plan can help in bringing the industrial and research stakeholders together with country representatives so that we can define common strategies for developing and deploying these innovative solutions. And I think that the pandemic has not fundamentally changed the parameters of the energy transition. We are fully aware that the economic crisis induced by pandemic has increased inequalities in some member states, but the European Union has proposed a counteraction by mobilizing the greatest ever recovery package in our history. And of course, the current energy price spike represents an additional challenge and requires that we speed up the green transition. Of course, we have to pay particular attention to those already at risk of energy poverty or are otherwise vulnerable. But this is also the reason why the Commission has put a strong focus on shielding the most vulnerable in its recent energy prices communication. And well, when we presented our Green Deal proposal, then just transition was a centerpiece of this approach. And it's not just a desirable option or moral obligation, but just transition is a precondition for the clean energy transition. Otherwise, it will not be success. And the shift to climate neutrality will fail if we do not keep all our citizens engaged. And for that, our citizens need to see benefits of the transition. And this is in concrete terms. So lower bills, new jobs, and an improved quality of life. And by innovating, we can deliver all of those necessary counterparts of our transition. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to hearing views of other panelists, and maybe there will be even some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much, in particular for underlining the just transition key component of the Green Deal, which, as you say, indeed anticipates the pandemic to a large extent, and the need now to ensure that across societies the clean energy transition can be carried and deployed. I now move to Maria da Graça Carvalho from the European Parliament. Graça, over to you, please, for your introductory statement.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation, dear Minister, dear Commissioners, dear Jean-Henrique, dear attendees of this conference. I'm very happy to be in the SET Plan conference. Unfortunately, I have to be remote because I'm in the plenary in Strasbourg, so I'm speaking to you from Strasbourg. And I'm quite happy to be with you because I have attended many SET Plan conferences. Actually, the first one, as I was very involved in the first communication, is a bit of history, in 2006 that prepared the one of 2007 that was adopted by the Commission and endorsed by the Council in 2008. At the time, I was principal advisor of President Barroso, exactly on research, innovation, energy, and climate change. So I had this responsibility, and I have followed quite close what is the SET Plan. After, in my role in the European Parliament, both in the first term in the Parliament that I was rapporteur of the specific program Horizon 2020, I pay special attention to the energy research and innovation, and now as a rapporteur of the partnerships, the public-private partnerships. Also, I did this link with the energy technologies and the SET Plan. And actually, I'm in my professional life, I'm a professor in energy and sustainability, very much related with the thematics that the SET Plan is dealing with. So for all these reasons, I'm very happy to be here. What I think that needs to be improved in the SET Plan was already mentioned by both ministers and both commissioners, is a better interlinked with the funding mechanisms that we have, both at the European level, starting with the Horizon Europe, and especially the public, the private partnerships, the institutionalized ones, but the partnerships in general, but also with the Innovation Fund, and the funds available at European level and at national level that have origin in the EU budget, but that are also national funds. And I even think that the SET Plan could be the bridge between, in the area of energy, in the area of clean energy technologies, between the funds that are centralized, managed in Brussels, with the ones that are managed in the member states, like the Recovery Plan and the regional funds, and also with the private funds. So it's like a bridge between the different funds. Is a concrete way to do the synergies that we all are pushing for. So the SET Plan could be an example how to do these synergies in a simple and efficient way. Why do I think that is so important that we continue to develop clean, affordable technologies in the area of energy. To achieve the targets that we have imposed in Europe, both in 2030 and in 2050, we have two ways, and I think the solution is going to be the combination of the two. One is changing our lifestyle, and the other is to use clean, affordable technologies. And I advocate that the technology should play a very important role. I would like to see a drastic change in many of areas. Of course, there will be a need for some change, but I wouldn't like to stop the mobility. I think we need to reduce the emissions through technology more than to reduce the mobility. Europe is made of exchange of people who like to visit other countries. So, for example, on aviation, I hope that we have a clean plane instead of reducing drastically the way we fly. And so on, in the heating of the houses and so on. So, but for that we need more research and innovation. Some of the technologies are already known, but they still need to be better, more affordable. They are in pilot scale or still need demonstration or full scale demonstration. Others still need more fundamental research, and the SET plan is an important tool to develop these technologies to achieve the important goals that we have in the climate law and now in the Fit for 55. Here now we are working in the 50 for 55 in the European Parliament, and I'm pushing that our improvement from the European Parliament, at least from my political group, is very much focused on more technology, better technology inside the 50 for 55. Thank you very much, Jean-Eric.
Thank you very much. And I think with highlighting the work needed on aviation, you're also underlining the need to connect the SET plan to a number of other research partnerships and areas, and the Clean Aviation Partnership, which precisely aims at researching and developing the range of aircrafts which can fly with low or zero emissions, is going to be also here very important. Let me just break for a moment with a short Slido question. So if participants can take their devices again, I will do it as well. We have a second poll, which is that you tell us, again, linked to the need to involve the public. In your opinion, should the general public be prepared to support the energy transition? And you have the choice of yes, no, or don't know. It's a bit of a leading question. I think probably we want to explore also how to involve the general public, but I suggest you all vote, and we will see the result in a short moment. And let me indeed move to users, the general public or citizens for a round again in the panel before I hope we can then take a couple of Slido questions. We have, you have all underlined the need to connect with the public to ensure a just and sustainable transition. So I think here, for me, the question to all of you, and if you agree, I will go through the panel in the same order, is how do we design our energy transition, particularly related to research, to ensure, for example, in housing or transport, that indeed the energy transition is just and fair. But in that context, how do we engage the public, the Europeans, that they own this transition and maybe specifically own the technologies which will be the key component of that transition, and use them to facilitate the shift to clean energy. Can I start? Maria is not with us, so Minister Kustec, can I start with you?
Well, yes, this is the question right now. And it is actually the question how to invite all the publics into our common work. It is not, you know, like the stakeholders that that you are also sitting here, because this is part of our job, that we need to take care, that we need to implement our interests and so on and so forth. But the question, the real question is how to attract those for whom we are making the solutions to hear their voice. And this is something that, for example, in the field of youth, I'm really very much looking forward to our next year, when this year is going to be the European Year of Youth, and in the framework of which we are going to address exactly the questions of the youth civic participation spaces. So this is the question. By the way, we are going to address this also in the final part of our council meeting on Monday in the field of youth. The main question is how to invite those who need to be heard and those who need to say something. And especially nowadays, when we are speaking and definitely living in the digital world, we have so many opportunities, so many possibilities how to hear and listen to them. And here we definitely need to do something in this regard, and this is going to be useful for everything that we are going to do. Also in the field of fair and green Green Deal and transition, and especially here. And definitely in this sector, when we are going to be able to attract those kind of voices to be heard the first, we are going then to apply this as a case model for everything else, for also the other sectors. And let me address, for example, the field of research and innovation. Here we are doing something in this regard with especially young researchers and those researchers that are in the beginning of their careers, how to listen to them and how to attract them to stay, and then to even return back to their basics. So it is something that definitely can be a role model and something that we can kind of see and apply also for the others. But speaking about just and fair is the most essential and the most important debate that we need to address as the societies. Also, as the society that we said, we are going to be in the framework of Europe and kind of a European society. We are quite clear and firm about the values, the fundamental values that we want to maintain as the European civilization. And therefore, we need to live and implement those values, those human-centric civilization, European civilization values, also in the work that we are doing in the specific fields of our lives. And especially here, the field of environmental protection, green energy, and evolution. Those are the fields in which fair and just need to be addressed very, very carefully because they are very fragile. We know that we are fighting with the question of equality, of equal preconditions for all the time, and that we are in this sense quite different among us inside Europe. And when we are speaking about green and environment, we are actually not speaking only about the European challenge, we are speaking about the global challenge. So in this regard, we are also an important part of the global world. And this part that is and needs to be most progressive and most human-centric, and the one that needs to pay the first and the last attention also to these fundamental values of fairness, and just. And this is something that is again our common work and our common mission right now. Be it from the side of the policymakers or from the side of business and industry. Being aware of the fact that we do have limits of human capacities and capabilities. And these limits are the borders of those limits are compared to the borders of the industry and business and technology and digital limits. The limits of human capacities in this regard are much lower set. And we need to respect them, not the borders that can be set on the industry, technology, or digital part. Because even though if we are making a huge evolution, even a revolution in the field of information communication technologies, industry, and so on and so forth, what we are going to achieve at the end of the day if we as people will not be able and capable to apply those achievements. So we need to be really, really very, very careful, and when whatever we are going to do, whatever we are going to decide, we need not to forget about those most fundamental norms that you, Jean-Eric, emphasized. Questions of just and fair and equal for all.
Thank you, Minister. Ownership of our technologies. I also want to underline for the SETPLAN communities, which will be working on the revamp, what you said at the beginning, interacting with younger Europeans, but also younger researchers, which probably can also help us and be more disruptive. Commissioner Simpson, over to you.
Thank you. Well, next year will be the European Year of Youth. So all of us, we will have lots of good opportunities to engage with the younger generation. But I wanted actually to start by echoing what the Minister just said, that this transition will be successful only if it's seen to be fair. And this was one of the considerations already 2 years ago when we presented the Green Deal. We knew that we need all 27 member states, all 27 governments on board to commit to become climate neutral. But different member states have different starting positions. And very often, vulnerable consumers are most dependent on fossil fuels. So we need to take it into account when implementing a transition away from coal. And if we're talking about ownership, then in some regions, they have been, their livelihood has been dependent on fossil mining for decades. So social consequences of coal phase out, it needs to be mitigated. We adopted a dedicated just transition mechanism aimed to mobilizing 75 billion by 2030. And this is exactly for creating new jobs, jobs in the same region, but jobs that are not dependent on fossil fuels, jobs that actually provide also cleaner living conditions in this region. And of course, jobs that are future-proof. That means we need some innovation in these regions. And then of course, there are lots of worries what will happen in the upcoming years when we upgrade our targets for housing or transport, for example, and the new social climate fund has been designed to mitigate social impacts of the energy transition. And in this regard, this will be, again, very big fund, 72.2 billion euros for the period 2025-32. And this fund will help member states to implement some of the measures to address energy poverty. But of course, it needs to be addressed to the mobility and housing. And all it should come at the right time following the massive rollout of targeted measures financed by the recovery facility. So we know that EU Recovery and Resilience Facility member states do have already plans, and lots of these funds will be dedicated to building renovation, including residential buildings and social housing. And now this renovation also means that we can promote deep renovation. We can end up in a situation where the tenants or the owners of the apartments can become so-called prosumers, so that some of their consumption will be covered by their own production. And if they don't consume electricity that their buildings are producing, for example, with solar PVs, they can sell it to the grid. And again, we need innovation there, but this definitely helps to promote renewables, because if you are a small producer yourself, you do have the feeling of ownership. And of course, there are concerns that lots of Europeans already are in energy poverty. That means that they do have difficulties to pay their monthly bills. And that means that without additional help, they will have a problem to front load investments for renovation. So in this regard, we are also giving strong signals to member states that we should prioritize the worst performing buildings to be renovated. And then we have created several supporting structures so that the member states can get advice from us. We are now setting up an energy poverty and vulnerable consumers coordination group with member states. And in cooperation with the Slovenian presidency, we organized last week a first informal meeting with member states. So this coordination group will also provide an opportunity to connect and coordinate work streams. Also with the recently launched Energy Poverty Advisory Hub that already is starting to assist 80 individual municipalities in Europe to address energy poverty. So by doing that, we can tackle several challenges, but mainly we can create this feeling of ownership to the ones who have been right now just consumers paying bills that for fossil fuels were very volatile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think it is extremely clear from what you say that the Green Deal, the work in its implementation, and the climate fund, the Just Climate Fund is, I think, a particularly striking illustration, is that the Commission is fully aware of the need of European citizens. But I think this also then brings the need to connect these European level instruments with very local interventions, and execution is going to be, I think, extremely challenging. And this is, I think, where the set plan community, as you will work during the conference and on your revamp, you are, I think, particularly well placed to connect this national, even local dimension of research and innovation and deployment with these European instruments. Commissioner, thank you. I move now to Maria Graça Carvalho.
Thank you very much. I think that this is one of the most difficult points, how to gain the people for this transition. And I see mainly 3 points. Some of them, or most of them, have been touched. One is the affordability of the technology. I don't think that the Climate Social Fund alone will solve, because you would need to be such a huge fund. Because in some countries, like in my own, it's not only the low-income families that have problems with the electricity bill, it's already touching the middle class. So we really need to have more affordable technologies than we have now. That is one of them, especially related with the housing and also mobility. My second point is the transition of the industrial sites. We need to be very careful when sites from energy are closed from fossil fuels, that we have an alternative, and an alternative in time that doesn't take long time for the workers and the regions to see the solution. We have also two cases in Portugal just recently, the refinery in Matosinhos and now the coal power station in Pego. They were closed. It's very good that they is taking this decision, the government, to close these two sites, but we need an alternative immediately or even before. How these industrial sites are going to be used, what are the plans for the region, what are the plans for the people that are working there. So, because this will have an influence in the whole population, these examples. And my third point is that Commissioner Simpson has talked about the prosumers in terms of production. I fully agree that we need to empower people, not only on the production that is probably a bit more complex, but also on the energy efficiency. We need to give also the capacities to the people that they to have shops where it's easy to buy things that you can do it yourself, kind of do it yourself on energy efficiency for your office, for your house. So we have an empowerment like the digital. The digital is more advanced on that empowerment of people that buy things and do it, and do it yourself culture will be very important also on the energy, to gain the people that they see the reward of their small works in their houses or in their workplace. So 3 concrete suggestions to gain the citizens to this cause.
Well, thank you very much. I think this illustrates how challenging it is and how the energy transition is challenged by the present, the energy crisis, by the need to accelerate by 2030, and then avoiding lock-ins to get us to 2050. And that, I think, is very much what the knowledge produced by the SET plan is about. Can I just check the outcome of the poll on getting the general public on board? If you could show us the outcome, and then we have one last poll, which I don't resist doing despite the time pressure, which is I don't yet see the result. Yeah, well, I think we overwhelmingly agree that we need to consult to prepare the general public. It's only 5 of you which think it's not needed. And I think we've discussed very concretely with these 3 interventions how best to do it. I don't resist about the last question because, as many of you know, I believe strongly in collective intelligence. So I think let's ask our specialists, the SET plan community, what type of energy source do you think will be the most used in 2050? So the poll opens. The poll is open. So please, if you could reply to it, and I will do it as well. And we will look at it very briefly in a moment. And I will now close the panel, and as is often the case, and I apologize for that, but at the same time, I think the interventions we had from commissioners, ministers, members of the European Parliament provide very, very robust guidance for the work of the SET plan community. So I hope you will have found it okay that we don't go to you. There will be other opportunities. Oh, I see that nuclear is quite visible in the poll. That's interesting. Can I ask the 3 of you to make one last point on what would be for you the guidance you want to give to the SET plan community on the revamp? What is for you the key point which you want them to act on, to keep in mind as they readjust and refocus the SET plan? So there are many dimensions which need to be covered, no doubt about that. But if you could, as political leaders in this energy transition, give them one concrete expectation from each of you. And I will start, if I can start in the reverse order. Is it okay for you, Grasa, that I start with you? Just one expectation on your side on the revamp.
I think the most important for the set plan community is to link with the funding mechanisms and what are going on with the partnerships, with the innovation fund, with the recovery plan, to be the bridge between these, and very, very linked, a lot of synergies, not decouple from that.
Connect research outcomes with deployment and find resources to invest. Very, very clear. Thank you. Commissioner Simpson.
Well, I'm also very happy that I could have taken part of today's discussion, and I cannot be stressed often enough that to reach climate neutrality, we need to put a significant amount of effort into innovation and developing new technologies. Well, my impression from yesterday's discussion in front of the European Parliament told me that well, politicians and wider audience are expecting us to do even more to achieve our 2030 targets. And in this regard, I want to mention the example of offshore energy. SET plan has been very active in promoting projects and investments. And I know that even here, more needs to be done, especially on the high voltage direct current. So therefore, I welcome the creation this year of a new SET plan working group on high voltage direct current technologies to support the development of these technologies.
Very clear. Thank you very much, Commissioner. So that's one very specific ask for the revamp. Minister Kustec, Simon, over to you.
Yes, I would like to thank and congratulate the SET plan community for the work that have been done so far, and I'm very much looking forward to the coming 2 days of your work and also in the future. And what I would like to send as a message to you is that we admire and that we very much are looking forward to the excellent and precious work that you are doing. And what I would like to say is, but when you are doing this, please don't forget that you are doing this for the people and with the people.
Thank you very much, Minister. And let me use or abuse my moderator position to also have one ask, which is that you look at social innovation. I think that covers also a lot of what has been said. In particular, under Horizon Europe, social innovation is one of the research instruments in our toolbox, which I think we can exploit more. And I see behind you, Minister, oh, not anymore, but I saw behind you the outcome of the poll on energy by 2050. Of course, nuclear is at the center and will certainly be an important component. There's, of course, a lot about renewable energies, but in different forms and shapes. So I think that is going to be also a key component. So that's, I think, an interesting outcome as well, which I'm sure you will be able to discuss during your work today throughout the conference. Minister, Commissioner, dear Grasa, member of the European Parliament, dear colleagues, it was for me a privilege. I hope it will have provided, I know it has provided highly relevant input for the work of the conferences here and leading to a revamp of the SET plan. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much.
And back to Vlad.
Dear panelists, great thanks. And Mr. Paquet, thank you for the extraordinary moderation. So, yes, please, dear ladies and gentlemen, before we start the break, I have a few announcements to make. Outside you will see coffee tables, coffee and snacks will be served, but please consume all of that sitting. Sorry, Corona measures. Now, if you would like to do some matchmaking, especially the ones that have already agreed to some meetings, please do that now. Further on, there's an exhibition hall. We have organization exhibiting, and please, if you would like to exhibit them on site, but you can also exhibit You can also see what they're offering, what they are showing at the conference webpage in the exhibition room. So thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. Now it's the start of a half-an-hour break. So see you back in the hall with the next session, Energy to Enable the Transition, at sharply 11:03½. Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a fresh start. I hope you enjoyed the coffee and the matchmaking. Welcome back to the hall. Now it's the next session, Energy to Enable Transition. Please let me now invite to the stage Mr. Marko Topic, Chairman of the European Technology and Innovation Platform of Photovoltaics. Please, Mr. Topic, welcome. Have a seat. Now, this session will be moderated by Ms. Paula Pinho, Directorate B, Just Transition, Consumers, Energy Efficiency and Innovation, Directorate General for Energy from the European Commission. But before we start, before we hand over the floor to Ms. Paula Pinho, please enjoy the introductory video.
Good morning.
As you're on stage, you can take the mask off. Ms. Pinho, here you go. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning, everyone. Welcome, all of you, to this session of the ZPLN conference on the topic energy to enable the transition. And as you've heard and you've seen, this conference is held as a hybrid event. So we have both participants online and participants joining physically in Bled. Myself, I wished I could be in beautiful Bled. I had the privilege to already visit Bled some years ago. Unfortunately, I could not join you this time. But I'm very pleased to have the honor to moderate this panel. Now, in this 1 hour session, the objective is to get a better understanding of the requirements needed to enable a transition towards an integrated energy system, but a system which is at the same time flexible and reliable. And we will therefore look in particular at how can the digitalization of the energy system support an integrated and gradually decarbonized energy system, and what are the main challenges there. And to discuss these topics with us today, we have a very distinguished panel with Elena Gerard, professor, senior researcher at Energieville, Vito and co-chair of the Bridge Regulatory Working Group. Elena also worked in the private sector, where she occupied several positions in the field of sustainable energy and portfolio management. Welcome, Elena. She's joining us online. Online also, we have Henrik Madsen, professor, head of section and of the Department of Applied Mathematics and Computer Science at the Technical University of Denmark. Henrik's main research interests linked directly to the digital transformation of the energy and water systems. Welcome, Henrik. We have on site in Bled, Marko Topic, as already presented by Peter, chairman of the European Technology and Innovation Platform Photovoltaics. Marko has received several awards for his work, including the highest national award in science. And as said, he joins us from Bled directly. And last but not least, online also, Paul Voss, Managing Director at Euroheat and Power. Paul has a long experience in managing cooperation between the private and the public sectors, pursuing shared goals, and has played a leading role in establishing the heating sector and district energy as priority fields in the EU energy policy. Welcome, Paul, too. So just to set the scene, and when we think of the increase of the renewable energy production, driven by the very ambitious plans of cutting EU carbon emissions by 55% by 2030, we are really switching paradigm from a centralized production to a decentralized production and to electrification, which of course requires a different way of managing the network compared to our traditionally centralized energy management methods. Sector integration that better links different energy vectors and systems is a way to integrate the shares of renewables and to provide the very much needed storage and flexibility that come with more renewables. And for this, digitalization and more data sharing are tools that can help us, but it will not happen by itself. And we need to give it a direction to make it happen. And the SET Plan Conference is precisely the right place to discuss questions such as what technologies, what innovations are missing to make sector integration happen? Or is it purely a matter of rules and regulations? What are the key digital technologies that we should be pushing to be used in the energy system? What data should we exchange, and what benefit can we expect from such data exchange? And how do we go about the risks of digitalization? For instance, cybersecurity. Before opening the panel, let me start with some Slido questions to get the audience opinion, your opinion. In case you haven't been with us for the very beginning of the conference, just to indicate, if you want in your iPhones, you can check under www.slido.com, SLIDO, and then enter the code SETPLAN. If you get there and give you a few seconds, slido.com, entry code SETPLAN. And the first question is, do you think the EU is on the right path to overcome the main challenges to make the digitalization of energy happen in due time? It's a pretty straightforward. Are we on path to tackle the main challenges to digitalization of energy? Yes or no? I'll give you a few moments for you to reply. And let's see if we have feedback coming in. We don't see any replies yet. So slido.com, entry code SETPLAN, and then automatically the first question appears. Do you think the EU is on the right path to overcome the main challenges? And interestingly, the majority believes we are not in the right path. 59%, 60% in fact, believe we're not in the right path. About 40 think we are in the right path. So this shows clearly there is work to be done. So this is one step in the right direction, this conference. So let's look and into accelerating what needs to be done. The next questions. Do you think digitalization aspects are sufficiently covered under the SET plan? And here we have several options. They are very well covered, neutral, poorly, very poorly. And most respondents believe neutral. So it's time to learn more about this. And again, I hope our session today will help addressing the digitalization aspects. Thank you very much for your replies. And with this, let us turn to our panels, to our panelists. And Elena, let me start with a question to you. As said, we have now more ambitious energy targets. We need to substantially increase the share of renewables which goes into the grid and ensure both flexibility and security of supply. Sector integration is a key enabler for this. Now, when you think of the research dimension of sector integration, what kind of solutions are still missing? And how can digital tools help? Thank you, Elena. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Paula, for this question. And indeed, it's a very relevant question, because we can say that R&D is really the cornerstone of this energy transition. And then if we then look at the R&D topic, sector integration is high on the agenda and can be, if it's well done, a key enabler. But when we look at it from an R&D perspective, I would like to highlight today two dimensions where significant questions remain to be solved. First one is more at the general level of market design. If we think about the potential evolution we saw already happening related to energy markets and markets for system services, we see that significant, I would say, challenges were already solved related to the integration of markets and the integration of cross-border dimensions. But then if we look at it from a sector integration perspective, in the narrow sense, when we focus on the integration of energy carriers, electricity, gas, and heat, we see that the question on the optimal market design is not yet fully solved, and that we don't know yet how we can leverage on the synergies of combining gas and heat in this electricity market. So there is an additional dimension of market integration that needs to be done on top of all the other things that we already did in terms of market coupling and cross-border integration. And that is the reality for day-ahead markets, for intraday markets, but also for markets for system services and all other types of flexibility markets that we could think of. And if we look at it in the narrow sense, market design type, we see that there are still elements that we should investigate related to the clearing of the market. So should we go for simultaneously cleared markets? Should we go for sequentially cleared markets? We should also see how those different market setups could be facilitated by novel order types to be hosted in a market environment, or by different product design for system services. So you see a lot of elements to be done on the multi-carrier market design. But that's the first big X. We have a second way to look at sector integration from a more broader perspective. Then we talk about sector integration beyond the energy carriers and beyond energy services. And these are then examples of integration with the mobility sector, but also education, safety, health, even the financial sector. And this is in particular relevant when we look at it from a point of view of the consumer. Why is that? Sector integration at consumer level is important because it's a tool to engage the consumer. And when we say consumer, we think about relevant services and business models that provide value to the consumer, but also at the same time to service providers and the overall system. And it is possible that today an energy service on itself, it's not providing sufficient value for the consumer to adopt it and to really be engaged. But maybe by combining the value of different services from multiple sectors in one package, the consumer might just go for it. And what is missing today, and where more R&D is needed to have a better view, is what are those relevant business models and related services where sector integration is providing value for both the consumer, the service provider, and the system. Because these services, if we have that view, will materialize and will help us to estimate the impact on the flexibility potential and what support they could provide to the overall system. And it's also necessary to have this view today, because we need to assess how we should change market roles, responsibilities, operational and administrative processes to make these bundled services a reality. So I would say that's a big challenge to be tackled in the coming days, and it relates very much to what's said before. We do this for the consumer, but also with the consumer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you also for bringing the consumer dimension in the role of the consumer in the sector integration. Now, I'd ask the same question to all our panelists before we then enter into other types of questions. So in about 3 minutes for each, next to Enric, would you like to address what are the solutions that we're still missing, and how can digital tools help, Henrik?
Yeah, thanks a lot for this, of course, very relevant question. And I'm very much in line actually with Elena also. But I think, I believe that we really need disruptions here. I think that the conventional market thinking is a bit outdated. We need to think in a different way. So the markets today, you can have advanced bid or simple bids, but they are simply bidding in energy for a period of time, which can be delivered and offered to the market. And we have in Denmark conducted, together with our TSO, it was led by our TSO, Energinet, a series of workshops with wastewater treatment plants. Wastewater treatment plants can provide a lot of flexibility, but it doesn't happen today because they are not able to bid into a market because their main concern is whether they have flooding in the streets, whether they have the dirty water leaded out from the wastewater treatment plant. So it's they're participating in flexibility or energy markets is maybe the third priority on their list. So we need to invent new thinking in the market structure. We need to be able, I fully agree that on a high level, we need to bid into the market like on North Pool and so on, like we do it today more or less, but maybe with more advanced bids. But on the high level, on the DSO area, for instance, on the feeder level, we need to rethink how it should be done. Because the way it's done today, it's basically a static bid, so it's non-dynamical. And today or in the future, it has to be dynamic, because if a wastewater treatment plant where the main flexibility is coming from aeration of the water, putting air into the water, which can be highly flexible. If it has been flexible for maybe an hour or two, then it cannot be flexible for the coming hours. So it's a dynamic problem. So I think we need digitalization to understand the flexibility in a unified way, and in a way which actually also make it easier for the customer, for the end user to participate in providing flexibility. Then we need, on a higher level, technical aggregators, which can sum up flexibility from, for instance, wastewater treatment plants, supermarkets, or summer houses, and things like that, and then bid that into the more high-level market. We have also done some studies where we have studied whether we could have or classical service-oriented markets on the DSO level. But all the different type of problems implies that the number of markets we need simply exploded. We needed something like 6,000 markets just in a small area, because then we have voltage ramping and a lot of other things. It has to be, we need to, I think what we need is to use digitalization to create what we call flexibility functions and enable digitalized and AI-based control technologies to unlock the flexibility at the household level and at the wastewater treatment plants. And that's something we have done now successfully in a number of demo cases. Thanks.
Thank you, Enric, also for bringing very concrete examples. And I liked your call for disruptions. We need disruptions, and indeed, it is a lot about disruptions. Now, with the same question, Marco, would love to hear from you directly from Bled.
Thank you very much for the question, and let me start with the question from my side. Are we fit for 55 till 2030? In the opening speech, Minister Vrtovec pointed out that 2030 is actually tomorrow and 2050 is after tomorrow. So we need to act fast and we need to act now, from words to the happening and the transition. It is actually the low solar PV and the prices that are predictable, not as the increase of all the prices of the energies used in nowadays, that will bring up and unlock the innovative businesses also in digital area, which will reshape the energy landscape, either for the electricity consumers, in the mobility, the transport, either in buildings or in actually industry. It is about the strategy how to make things work till 2030. I believe that the citizens are not aware of the transformation that we are already doing. It will be massive, and we will need all and everyone on board. It will be actually also individual participation. And we envision, as a European Technology and Innovation Platform for Photovoltaics, we envision in our research and innovations agenda that definitely we need to strengthen the smart energy system integration of all the sources, of all the renewable sources in particular. We need to adopt and deploy digitalization, further intelligence in distributed control, as well as hybridization of energy sector as a whole, including storage and, of course, demand flexibility, which is so important. And coming to your question about research dimension of sector integration and key enablers, I believe that we need pilot projects as well as demonstration projects, like prosumer living labs for system integration of distributed generators, distributed storage, as well as demand-side management. And actually, every citizen, every community, every village, every city, every member state, and from the top-down view, the whole European Union needs to be a living lab, to be a living hub for clean energy transition and for the sector integration, that energy is so important for all of us. And so I like the title of centric, from technology-centric to the people-centric approach. And we have so much to do, so we really need to be active and we need to start now.
Thank you very much, Marco, and this indeed brings the bridge also with Helena's point on the consumers and going further, the living lab for clean energy transition. I like that because it means really the integration of all actors of society, and we need all to really enable this transition. Paul, your views on this question.
Hi, everybody. Look, thanks for having me. I've been really encouraged over the last year or two to see the emergence of sector integration as a European subject. As a thermal energy person, this is an old favorite of ours. We've talked for years and years, I suppose now, about the importance of linking, for example, the thermal and electric grids. And the efforts from the Commission the last couple of years to start to talk about integrating all the energy carriers into a single integrated system, I think that's hugely encouraging, but I suspect that we're still really in the infancy of this process and this movement. And actually part of the problem is exemplified by the question here this morning, and it's no problem, but it's revealing, I think, that the question as it was initially posed this morning talks about how we do the job of integrating more and more renewables into the grid. I think it's normal for us to focus on the electricity and perhaps the gas grids, because those are kind of the twin pillars of the internal energy market. But I think in the energy system that we're going to, one that's more flexible and more decentralized, we'll see thermal, electric, and gas grids integrated into a single system, so that the answer is not always more electrification, but optimal use of the different resources through these different carriers. I've just come virtually from a Celsius summit this morning, where you have cities talking about how to meet their thermal energy challenges. And they're not all talking about how we electrify everything. They're talking about how to find the optimal balance between electrification, thoughtful use of various green gases, and district heating. Because the thing is, I mean, in the future, what happens with electricity, what we use it for, what happens with gas, what we use it for, and what we don't use it for, has implications on what we'll do with district heating. So if we're going to do this as well as possible, and we need to, given the scale of the challenge and the costs and so on, we'll need a fully integrated energy system that doesn't think exclusively in terms of the electricity grid, but how we use this whole thing. And that means that for research priorities, I mean, there are all kinds of things which I see emerging through the SET plan: better use of waste heat from factories, from data centers, etc. Storage, and not only battery storage, but thermal storage, which tends to be much cheaper. And finally, digitalization. I mean, this integrated energy system that I'm describing now comes with a lot of benefits, but there's also a lot of complexity to manage, and digitalization is a huge tool to help with that. So I do see all this as really encouraging, but there's a long way to go.
Thank you, Paul, and also to referring to the work of the Commission on the integration of the energy system. And you know, last year we put forward a strategy on energy system integration, which precisely addresses all these various sectors and how to go about it. And we're now actually doing the next step, which is to implement it and translate it into legislation. Also, your reference to the waste heat and notably from data centers, and you're here with already pointing to the other side of the coin of the digitalization, the data centers, the highly intensive consumption of energy by data centers. How can we go about it in an efficient way? And if you allow me now to go directly into a second question to you, Paul, because precisely when we look at the digitalization of the energy system, we know it brings multiple benefits. We have system optimization. It's enabling new business models. We are enabling a more active involvement of the consumers, as it's been mentioned. But we are also confronted with additional challenges related, for instance, to cybersecurity, as more system components get connected to the internet. And we are in the Commission now working full speed, preparing a new legislation, a so-called network code, which is precisely meant to address the cybersecurity aspects of the electricity networks. What, in your view, should be the next big step? Should we look at other energy carriers, such as gas? Should we look more at consumers' products or at something else?
So first of all, I mean, I'm not a cybersecurity expert and shouldn't pretend to be. I'm afraid I'm going to bore you by repeating myself somewhat here. I think whether it's cybersecurity or anything else, if we're going to have the type of energy, integrated energy system that I've just described, then the same will need to apply to the security measures that we put in place to make sure it functions correctly. So it shouldn't be that, for example, we start to, I mean, if you link thermal and electric grids where there are, let's say, large heat pumps being used, so that where you have limited demand for wind overnight, that electricity can actually be used to power large heat pumps, which can then subsequently feed the district heating network, which provides so balancing and storage to the grid and also decarbonized heat for buildings. That's all fine, but of course that cannot become a backdoor that reduces the robustness of the security of the grid. So this paper from, I think it was July 2020 on system integration that the Commission wrote is such an important document. And I think 10 years from now, people will look back and understand what a significant moment it was in the development of European energy policy and the pursuit of the Green Deal. Keep that spirit in mind, this holistic idea of an energy system, and apply it when it comes to cybersecurity and anything else. This is really a different way of thinking about the way we use energy. And I hope that document isn't forgotten, that it inspires not only the coming package of legislation, but the development of work in the coming years.
Thank you, Paul. And you're absolutely right. It is the basis for the legislative work which is being done, for the proposals that the Commission is putting on the table. But I have to say, the implementation of the integration of the energy system depends on people like you, on the researchers, on the industry, on the various actors across the society. So we need everyone to make this energy system integration a reality. Now, going to a bit of a different subject, and we mentioned already data. And I'd like to ask you, Marco, if we imagine the establishment of an energy-specific European data space, which is meant to support the energy transition, the system transformation, what type of data exchange can help developing new or more performant photovoltaic technologies in the EU? What kind of pilot projects should be envisaged to address those needs? What do you think?
Well, Paula, thank you for the question. Actually, it's a challenge. First, technology-centered question, both upstream as well as downstream. So digitalization in manufacturing is definitely an ongoing process, and downstream and the deployment of solar photovoltaic power plants. I mean, we have identified a big problem that we don't have access to the data of all the millions of power plants, and certainly there is a regulatory aspect how to make this happen. At the same time, actually, we need real-time data, not hourly average data. So this is a challenge. And of course, the question is how much energy we will consume to collect all this data. So this collection needs to be smart. So we need to embed it on site and make the information out of this data, because otherwise we will spend too much energy on that point. But coming to the challenge of the smart energy system integration of photovoltaics, which is seen as the corner or the heart of the energy transition, we definitely need more intelligence in distributed control. We need improved efficiency of integration of PV systems in the DC networks, not only AC networks, especially in buildings. I mean, all the electronics runs on DC power supply. So we need to revolutionize the concepts and to increase the efficiency in buildings. Then coming to the hybrid systems, integration of all different distributed sources. It is PV, it is wind, it is hydro with storage of hydro, and of course batteries, the synthetic fuels with green hydrogen and so on. So there is a lot of exchange, of course, also on the data level. But let me focus on the projects we identified as a true need. The piloting of smart grid. The smart grid is actually a story of smart generation and smart demand side. And actually, to reduce the cost of storage, we need to revolutionize this, both sides, in terms of intelligence. We need to optimize the need for power and energy by smart generation as well as smart demand side management and needs. And this piloting or demo projects for proof of concept will bring up new businesses which are also non-technological solutions.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad we have a dedicated panel just after ours on smart grids, which will hopefully also shed light and go more in depth into this subject. Thank you for mentioning also the need for the energy efficiency in the buildings, which is one of the examples of the need for this holistic approach to see the whole system. Still, because there's so much to be said about data and the data space, I'd like to still stick to this subject and ask you, Helena, if we imagine the establishment of an energy-specific European data space meant to support the energy transition and system transformation, what specific data flows would be the most needed for a better energy system integration and for an enhanced integration of renewables? And here also the same question as to Marco, what kind of pilot projects should be envisaged to address those needs?
Thank you, Paula. Yeah, indeed, there is still a lot to be done related to those data. And one important principle is that we might have now a momentum related to digitalization. We have smart meters, we have a massive amount of data available. But what we need is not data, we need information. So we need to be able to extract, based on this massive amount of data, the right information that can feed into the market and provide or support the needs of different stakeholders in the ecosystem. And when I say ecosystem, there are needs that on the one hand we see at the side of the regulated players, so system operators. We see needs at the side of the market players, so the flexibility service providers. And also there is a need at the level of the owner of flexibility. And in particular, this need will materialize at what happens at the low voltage grid. Because if we look at the uptake of renewables, but also the involvement of the consumer, it happens at the lower or to a certain extent medium voltage grid. And there is also where we see this massive amount of data. So what we need is this European energy data space, making sure that there are as many data and information possible and accessible to all players, covering this full energy value chain. And I give just a couple of examples. First, looking at the regulated players. In particular, if we look at the low voltage grid, for system operators, grid observability and grid monitoring are key to secure a safe environment and a safe operation of the grid. And so there is still room for further improvement. They are, to a certain extent, in some cases, blind what's happening. They don't know the consumption flows, the production flows, and that's very important because the system operator also needs to provide the right incentives back to the market. Where do they have a need for flexibility in the operational time frame, but also where do we need to put investments in renewable energy? So it's very important to improve the visibility of the grid for the system operator to give those signals to the market for investment and operational security. But also on the other side, if we look at the consumer, if you as a consumer wants to really leverage your flexibility, meaning you want to offer your services to several use cases, to a system operator, maybe to a market player, maybe a long-term contract or a short-term contract, Today, that's really hard. There are data everywhere, there are contractual arrangements everywhere, and it's also very hard for a consumer to have multiple suppliers where he can interact with at the same time. So I think the momentum of digitalization and all the complexity related to it, with the sharing of data, of consumption and production, of individual appliances, an EV, between multiple suppliers, which is all happening in the environment of the consumer, we need to evacuate this complexity, take it out of the hands of the consumer, make it almost invisible, but of course it should be organized. And that's also a key R&D priority. That's not then anymore about the visibility of the grid, but it's really about, okay, we want to use the flexibility as much as possible and as easy as possible in the hands of the consumer. And therefore we need to make sure that those complexity which is there today related to the transfer of data, but also to do that in a secure way, that is somehow solved in a way that the consumer is not confronted anymore with it. And then a final thing I would like to add, why are data streams important, is also important to start to understanding the consumer. Because consumers, they're not a homogeneous group. It's not something like the consumer. There is a big diversity related to the consumer profiles, but also their preferences and their expectations. So we need to also look for more targeted and individualized solutions to take really the consumer on board. And having those data and look for the right feedback mechanisms so that we can provide the right tailored incentives to the consumer based on the data streams that we will develop will also be crucial. And that brings me to the conclusion that what type of pilot projects do we need? Yeah, clearly pilot projects where we involve the consumer, where we do have this ecosystem on board, where we can provide different signals to the consumer for different use cases in a very consumer-friendly way, but still in support of the needs of the grid. And that can be, of course, very different from country to country. And that's also what we do within Energyville. We have our own open site, our own living lab, where different companies can test flexibility applications, but where we will also have both residential and non-residential users on board that will test in a very friendly regulatory sandbox environment different solutions. And that's what we will need to see even more in the coming years to adopt, to have the consumer on board and to adopt all the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. And again, you pointed to a crucial element, which is, yes, there's a need for the data, but there's the need also for the trust from consumers to provide such data and the trust that it will be fairly used. So it even goes beyond just the mere system integration concerns. It's really then also about the trust on the use, ownership of this data. Turning now to you, Henrik, and now thinking of a key digital technology which we very much talk about, artificial intelligence. And certainly it can bring many benefits to the energy system. Now, do you agree that this is a key digital technology for the energy system? And what are, in your view, the most critical aspects? How can artificial intelligence help in providing innovative energy services? Your view is, Henrik.
Yeah, thank you very much. As also pointed out by you and other speakers, in the future weather-driven energy system, the intelligence is moved from the production side. The large central power plants will not exist on the longer perspective. So the intelligence will be on the consumer side. So that implies that we will have massive amount of data, very complex data. We will have what we call big data. And in order to understand the structure and the flexibility which can be offered by the consumer, by this the consumer side, we definitely need AI as a key digital technology for the energy system. but also for the energy system and the coupling from the energy system to the water system, wastewater, food production, and things like that. I can also mention that I very much agreed also with what Paul said before about thermal network. We do have about 65–70% of our heating is provided by district heating, and now we are also ramping up on district cooling. But still, we are in a situation now where we lose around between 15 and 20% of the wind power we have, because the sector coupling is not really functioning. We do have in our district heating system, district cooling system, a lot of possibility to store as energy, as also pointed out by Paul. But for doing that, we need to combine two different dynamical systems. District heating system or thermal systems are very, very slow. Power systems are very, very fast. And in order to do that, we have developed an operating system on which we can also use AI solutions to understand the flexibility, how to construct the flexibility by using the district heating system in order to exactly matching the wind and solar production we have in our climate zone. So in the design of buildings, in the design of district heating system and so on, we need also AI to really understand the structure of this flexibility. Another thing which you also just pointed out, Paula, is when we go for AI, we need to do it the European way. And I had a meeting with Margrethe Vestager. She is chairing the commissioners group on European Fit for the Digital Age a couple of months ago. And she said that the most important single factor is trust. So what we need to do is we need to establish data spaces and use AI in a way which put a focus on fairness, democracy, transparency, and things like that. To have a trust from the people, from all layers in the society, from the industry, from ordinary people like you and me. Another thing which I think was also pointed out by one of the speakers, maybe Elena, is contracts. I think conventional market bidding, where you bid into the market, whether if you are a wastewater treatment plant or maybe a household and so on, they are extremely complicated. I think we should avoid this. We should simply adopt a control-based approach on the lower level, on the low voltage level, medium voltage level. In that way, we can better do sector integration, couple power systems with thermal systems, and we can do it in a way such that the flexibility is still in hand of the asset owner. So in my house, the boss is my wife. So it's up to her to decide when we can be flexible or not. And maybe if we have a 65 years birthday, we will not be that flexible because we anyhow having a big party. Same for the wastewater treatment plant. For the series of workshops we have had with the wastewater treatment plant, they can offer 50% flexibility. We can save 50% CO2 tomorrow in the wastewater, and they are using a lot of electricity and energy. But it does not happen because the market setup and is not really established. But and in this complex setting where we do water, energy, coupling, I think AI is the key concept, both to understand the flexibility, to parameterize the flexibility, but also to use the flexibility in a hierarchy of control problems, and where we simply broadcast prices to the end users, to my wife, to the wastewater treatment plant, and then we can decide either automatically by controllers or by looking at the price to see whether we'll charge the car now or do some water cleaning or we will wait. So AI is extremely important, and but we need to do it the European way. Just to repeat myself: fairness, democracy, transparency, and also keep it simple for the end user. Don't come up with complicated contracts.
Thank you very much, and pointing to the various benefits of artificial intelligence and also the challenges. And clearly one of the benefits is the optimization of the energy and allowing it to make much more energy efficient use of energy. Thank you very much. Now, as we approach the end of our 1 hour session, I'd like to go back to a Slido question, building on what we discussed today, and ask the audience which of the following areas require further EU policy action when it comes to the digitalization of energy. And you can select up to 2 answers. And I'm curious to see what are the topics selected. So what are the areas where we need further action at EU level? Is it developing a European data sharing infrastructure for new energy services? Is it empowering individuals with digital tools to fully participate in the energy transition? Is it enhancing the uptake of innovative digital technologies in the energy system? Is it enhancing cybersecurity of the energy system? Or is it about ensuring climate neutrality of ICT or anything else? What are your views? I'm also voting, by the way. This way I can make sure the system is working. And interesting to see the 2. So it seems that the members of the panel convinced the audience on the need to develop a European data sharing infrastructure, with 63% enhancing the uptake of innovative digital technologies in the energy system. So those rank biggest, which is interesting indeed. And still increasing, but it seems indeed the digital, and now we have empowering individual with digital tools to fully participate. And on this, I note also a remark by the audience in the chat, the need not to confuse, of course, between the citizens and the consumers. The consumers as part of the market, and the citizen linked more with values. We noted your comment in the chat. Thank you for that. And I wish we could have more time to go through other questions and also in the chat. I'd encourage then also our panelists to have a look, and maybe we can take that up even after the conference. I would like to thank you very much to our members of the panel. I hope we can meet in person soon, because there's a lot to discuss. I'd like to briefly conclude the session, just to give some takeaways, saying that digital solutions and new technologies open new perspectives on how we manage the energy system. In particular, the relation between the energy system and its end users. We foresee that with the help of digital solutions, our renewable-based energy system will become more electrified, more efficient, more flexible, and more integrated. At the same time, we need to use infrastructure more wisely. The Fit for 55 package has confirmed and increased the urgency to create such a system. We are putting also the regulatory tools in place for this to happen. Now, I'd like to also draw your attention to an action plan on the digitalization of the energy system that we are working on, and supporting research and working with the set plan community will be a key part of this action plan. We had published a roadmap in July and started now, a few weeks ago, a consultation on this subject. And I'd really like to encourage all of you to take part in this public consultation. You will see in the Slido chat the link to the public consultation, which will remain open until late January. And I cannot stress enough the importance for all of us to collect their feedback, of all of you, of relevant stakeholders, companies, experts, citizens on these upcoming Commission's actions. Digitalization is already happening. Colleagues in the panel referred to a number of opportunities and challenges. We need disruptions, it was said, and it's clearly, if we want to innovate, we need to disrupt, we need to think innovatively, we need an optimal market design, which is not yet there. We need all actors in society. We need a living laboratory for clean energy transition, bringing together researchers, industry, citizens, and the various levels, from the national EU level to the local and citizen level. The data is a challenge, is an opportunity. We need to make sure that there is trust on the data. There will be a need to interpret the data. It's not just about the masses of data. We need the tools to interpret those data and make best use of it. So it's not just about the raw data, but the information that comes with it. Artificial intelligence is clearly an opportunity, brings challenges, but we can, thanks to it, also optimize the use of energy. Just to pick up on some of the points, and with this, again, thank you very much for your participation, both our panelists and the active participation of the audience. And I wish you very constructive discussions in the upcoming panels, and from Brussels with greetings and with a lot of appreciation for all the work also by the Slovenian presidency in putting together this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all the panelists, and especially Mrs. Pino. I'm really impressed by your time management. Thank you kindly. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on. The next session, it's a showcase actually, let's say performed by the Slovenian electricity grid operator, best practice for smart grids. I would like to invite to the stage two gentlemen, Darko Kramar, Assistant Director in the TSO Division ELES, Electrical Grid Operator, and Simon Todt, Head of Strategic Innovation Project Coordination. Before, please, gentlemen, have a seat. Don't be shy. You can take off your masks. Of course, restrictions are important, but we shouldn't overdo that. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this session will be moderated by Ms. Elaine Gray, Head of Unit Clean Energy Transition, Director at C, Clean Planet, Directorate General for Research and Innovation at the European Commission. But before Ms. Gray takes on the moderating, just a short introductory video.
I am muted, yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Hope so. So I'm very pleased to be here today, but virtually, unfortunately, and I was making myself a real pleasure to go to Slovenia, as it would have been my first visit, but I don't give up, and as soon as we could, I'm surely will try to visit your nice country. We are here on the showcase. So it means that we will not speak a lot, but we will show you some results, because the aim of research and innovation is to develop tools, to develop technologies, and to be practical, to help people in their daily life. So just a few words to give the frame. We are in a transition towards clean energy, and clean energy implies to base our energy system on renewables. And we know that renewable sources of energy need some, let's say, adjustment to be stable along the time and to be sufficient. But we are also in a transition, which means a lot of impact on the various sectors of the industry. So the stability and the efficiency of the grid is a core issue for supporting the clean energy transition. Moreover, I'm happy to be discussing about that with the Slovenian presidency, because one of the great ideas of the EU is indeed to have cohesion and to serve the whole of the EU. And it is very important that the grid is harmonized. Paula Pino explained the critical role of digitalization for that. Here we will see some examples of what could be a good experience, good research innovation projects having an impact on the life of citizens and developing efficiency of the technologies and efficiency of the implementation, while, and this is an important condition, respecting the principles of sustainability, because everything you do with new technology implies using planet resource, and also respecting the needs of the citizen. I will not be longer because the people to show up are the people present on stage and what they will present to you, which are very important things. A last word to say that research and innovation is critical for this transition. Research and innovation is critical for developing technologies, but also for helping with evidence-based and research to develop the frame. And last, for developing, as our Director General, Mr. Paquet, said at the beginning, for developing the link to favor levying investment for implementing the results of research. So I would like now, I hope I am still on the time, and I will be terrible for respecting the timing. My colleagues will ensure that. So I will now give the floor, as I have two very good speakers who have already been introduced. I would like to give the floor for the presentation of the project on future flow. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. My time is very limited, so I simply skipped several slides. Sorry. What you see here on the screen is something's not working well. What you see here on the screen is the smoke from our largest thermal power plant in Slovenia. This photo was created a few years ago by my colleague, and some of you might have already seen it. Obviously, the slides don't work, but if the technicians can help me, please put on the previous slide. Okay. From the perspective of the future flow, the big smoke represents all the thermal power plants that were and still produce electricity, not only for our everyday needs, but that also provide flexibility that is needed in the power systems. While behind the small smoke, there will definitely not be enough thermal power plants, and the flexibility coming only from those, plus other conventional power plants, will not be sufficient without new sources, which are in the power system desperately needed. As I said, my time on the stage is very, very limited, so the best way to show you what and why we did in the project is to show you our video. So please take a look at it, enjoy, and later on I come up with some findings. Now you can play the video, please.
There are many changes going on in the energy sector, We're producing more and more electrical energy from renewable sources. However, by closing fossil conventional power plants, we will lack flexibility services for regulating the balance on the network. Yesterday and today, such services were primarily provided by classic power plants, whereas consumers, prosumers, will largely have to fill in their role in the future. It is their potential to become the guardians of the power system. Consumers are the heart of the project. They are able, in a very short time, to increase or decrease their load and can become a new, environmentally friendly source of flexibility. By developing adequate business models, prosumers will get an opportunity to sell their flexibility to the most valuable market, reducing their electricity bills. If one of the national electricity systems gets into an imbalanced situation or line overloading, information is automatically passed to the consumers and renewable energy sources in its and other systems. They respond to this request by switching their electrical devices on or off. The Future Flow project has developed a fully automated service that is able to continuously drive consumers and renewables up and down based on the needs of the power system. Real prosumers from Austria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovenia took part in our cross-border pilot. With their 48 megawatts of flexible power, they demonstrated that prosumers can deliver high-quality and flexibility services to the TSOs. Future flow simulations show the potential to save 23% of regulating energy by the integration of flexibility markets in these 4 countries. A further shift of the fossil fuel technology to DR and DG represents a significant step towards our independence from fossil fuels and the achievement of challenging CO2 goals.
I hope you enjoyed the video. As you saw, Future Flow did not stay on the level of scientific papers, and we are really proud of that. We are also very satisfied with the project results. Not because of the reward we received, but because of what we did in the field. In the previous session, we heard what we need, and we did it exactly. We brought so many prosumers to the project, so many megawatts, and we kept them motivated in the pilot tests for 1 whole year. I think this is really a huge success also compared to other projects. But when, after 2 years after the end of the project, I take a look at the reality, I get worried. Worried why? We know that we have proven the technology itself is not a threat, since even the passive traditional elements, if they are properly aggregated, they can change their behavior and operate in the most challenging system services. The real threat is the motivation on the side of demand response and the spur generation. Last year, for example, when the prices dropped to COVID to the bottom, logically we did not expect any new entrants. But this year the prices are sky high, but there is still no motivation on the side of DSM. Maybe I'm not patient enough, but our time, as we heard, is not unlimited. If we don't attract sufficient alternative flexibility sources and the thermal phase-out come first, then this green transition will not be as pleasant and as cheap as we wish. So just last sentence from my part. At the end of the project, we heard prosumers saying, "We are ready." I know that prosumers technically are ready. We have proven this in the project. But are they motivated enough to start playing not the demo, but the real game? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also applause. So I let now the floor to our second intervention, which is I would like first to thank Mr. Kamal, that was extremely interesting. And now let the floor to Mr. Todt, who will present another type of approach, which is mainly on the side of investment, and then something different for efficiency. So, Mr. Todt, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, my name is Simon Todt, and I'm coming from ELES, Transmission System Operator of Slovenia, and I would like to present you our experiences in how to innovatively design and implement international smart grid like PCI project SynchroGrid and international project NEDO. So, supporting the renewable energy sources integration is a very important process during the transformation from the centralized to the decentralized of the system. Of course, we have a few possibilities how to achieve these goals, and market integration is one of them, and the second one is strengthening of the corridors. Unfortunately, we have some obstacle in this way because we have to aware very time-consuming process to get the permission to build, to construct the new power lines and put it into the place. So the next thing is relatively high cost of new infrastructure, but we can get to some obstacle also because during the transmission of the electric energy from between the 2 points, we have to aware that the commercial flows and physical flows is not the same. Unfortunately, this acquires some measure like dispatching, the redispatching, and to find solution for bottlenecks, congestion, and so on. And according to the available data, information, the cost of this measure exceeds €1 billion per year for all Europe. So, what can we do about this? I think there is a third solution, so-called grid controllability. What means grid controllability? This is simple to increase the flexibility of active power, increase the flexibility of reactive power, voltage control, power flow control, but we have to everything upgraded with the new organization, new tools, new algorithms, and new organization. We can, because I already mentioned the obstacle to implement new types of power lines, new corridors, we have the possibility to postpone some of this investment by implementing the dynamical thermal rating system, and this kind of system allow us to increase the transmission capacity on the existing power lines. This could help us during the process of the transformation and, of course, save some money. And all what I mentioned concerning grid controllability, we are taking into account in our project, and now I just want to put the video where it is more deeply present.
The Slovenian and Croatian electricity transmission system operators, ELES and HOPS, have faced the challenge of overvoltage in some parts of the network. In addition, they perceived new challenges due to the growing share of energy produced from dispersed renewables and the increasing need for flexibility. Therefore, they decided to find solutions together. They teamed up with the Slovenian and Croatian electricity distribution system operators, SODO and HEP ODS, and initiated the first European project to introduce digitalization into the energy infrastructure, SynchroGrid. The partners integrated already established technologies into the Slovenian and Croatian electricity network in an innovative way. They installed 6 compensation devices, 3 variable shunt reactors, two static VAR compensators, and a mechanically switched capacitor with damping network. With those devices, they achieved the voltage profile control and the possibility of voltage regulation in the electricity systems of both Slovenia and Croatia. To increase the flexibility of active power and thus the reliability of the system operation, 2 battery energy storage systems were installed. The dynamic line rating system calculates the dynamic thermal limits of transmission lines for operation in real time and short-term forecast based on improved DLR algorithms and models. ELIS and HOPS utilize results to improve the safety of operation and the transmission capacity of the network. This way, the existing infrastructure is utilized in the most efficient way. In both national control centers, a joint application was installed, forming a unique cross-border virtual control center. This is the first case in Europe where neighboring transmission system operators have joined forces in regulating and optimizing the voltage in their networks. Joint integration of devices has increased the economic efficiency of the investment and has also had a positive impact on the networks of neighboring countries.
So, why we think that Syncrogrid is very important? Firstly, because it is introducing innovation of the power grids, but with the possibility to the replication all over the Europe. Second one, the project is very cost effective because we save at least one composition device in each TCO because for the gather designing and collaboration between 2 TCOs. And the third one, we manage, in this case, we managed to upgrade the conventional system, commercial devices, with the smart grid devices. And for the conclusion, I just want to point out three messages. So, grid controllability is one of the 3 key elements supporting the renewable energy sources integration. The second one, you should look for more grid controllability in all Europe system. And the last, but very important, we have to switch from the national to the international planning, designing of the project, and of course the implementation such of the project. So with this, I just want to close with the presentation of the first project, and I would like to start with the new one. Okay. Shall I go?
We should accelerate maybe a little bit. I'm sorry, we have another session coming now.
Yes. I just want to put some information according to the second project. This is NEDO project. NEDO project is the same project like Syncrogrid, but on the level of distribution level. So we are talking about the grid controllability on the distribution level. We are dealing with the consumers, with the cities, municipalities, and so on. But if everything is summarized, the project is the grid controllability on the distribution level. So I just want to put a short...
Project NATO is a smart grids and smart communities international project in Slovenia, cooperatively executed by the Slovenian transmission system operator ELIS, Japanese agency NATO, and its entrusted party Hitachi. The electric power system is facing considerable changes due to the liberalization of the sector. Climate change is causing extreme weather events more and more often. The need for a greener future involving the transition from fossil fuel power generation to renewable ones demands a vast change in concepts of operating and planning for the electric power system and grid in particular. The brain center of the project is in Kleče, where advanced distribution management and area energy management systems are installed to run advanced functionalities across all filed locations, optimizing energy transfer and consumption. At different locations across the country, the existing infrastructure was upgraded with advanced equipment such as network control devices, sensory equipment, local voltage controllers, on-load tap changing transformers, protection relays, home energy management systems, and battery storage. We developed advanced functionalities that enable coordinated voltage control, fault location, isolation and system restoration, closed-loop operation. Even the smallest consumers were included in the energy markets, participating by changing their demand based on signals from distribution operators. Demand was even reduced by 30% at selected hours. The project will provide invaluable lessons learned to enable the transition of a power system that will be resilient, able to include new generation and loads, and cost-effective.
So, because my time is up, I just want to conclude and give you information. The project NATO with Slovenian and Japanese colleagues received the award of excellency from the International Smart Grid Action Network, and we are, and our colleagues from Japan are very proud of this achievement, and I think this is a quite nice presentative what shall we do during the transformation of the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm really sorry for all the timing requirements. I would like to finish with two very short questions to the two panelists. First, to mention that the Future Flow, the first one, we have the video, has been funded or is funded by the Research and Innovation Program Horizon 2020. And second, that indeed, the second project is getting or got an award from the International Energy Agency. So we had one project purely from research, another one with investment, and a third one with an international dimension. We are in the SET Plan conference, so my question will be straightforward to the two panelists. What would you like to ask to the SET Plan, and especially to the EU research and innovation policy, to do in coordination with member states for further developing the approach you have already set up with this project? What would you ask us, the EU, and our colleagues from the presidency and all the member states to do within the SET Plan? Mr. Kama, please.
Yeah. My question would be, today we already spoke and it was mentioned the people's awareness and our duty towards, let's say, energy transition. How can we increase the awareness of the citizens? Because we know we have citizens who simply sit in their living rooms, watch TV, and they expect reliable energy supply. Then we have other people who install solar panels on the roofs and think this is what I have to do and that's it. They, at the same time, they use electricity for heating. They don't care about efficient use, they drive diesel cars, etc. And then we have, let's say, the third group of people, and that's us. Us who are aware of energy efficiency, who install our solar panels, who are aware of our responsibility and our duties, and are also willing to, let's say, accept lower level of reliable electricity supply and even to pay higher price. I don't know for how many years, but with the final goal that our kids will live the green life. So my question is, I think, targeted towards citizens, how to increase the awareness of the energy transition, and that we will all understand the concept of the Green Deal.
Thank you. And Mr. Todt, very quickly. Mr. Todt, very quickly.
Yes, I hear you.
So what could you ask us, EU, and also research, and also ask us set plan in coordination with member states?
So I think the question, or more or less, is the proposal is that we have to find, because we already know how much cost we have during the redispatching, cross-bordering processes and so on, and we have to find the solution and to invest more money to the projects which are increasing the grid controllability, because I think if we would like to move to transform the energy from the north to the south or west to the east, we have to be prepared, and we have to know how to deal with it and how to control and make the system as safely as is today. Because if we don't do nothing about this situation, we can have the problem with the lack of the energy in one side and the too many energy in the another side. So I think this is the first question or proposal, and the second is how and to manage to gather all TCOs that they implement more and more projects together with the common optimization to look to the wider losses optimization and so on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that words, I would like to thank the two speakers, Mr. Kramer and Mr. Todt, and thank the organizer, and give back the floor. Thank you very much for the attention.
And thank you, Ms. Gray, for your moderation. Hvala lepa, gospoda. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you to Mr. Kramer and Mr. Todt. One thing I would like to add, the company they work for is also buying dinner tonight, so I think they deserve a special applause. Regulatory activities on fostering innovation. There are two speakers. I would like to invite the first one to the stage. I'm asking Mr. Jan Kosteuc, Team Leader, Energy Infrastructure, European Union Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators, ACER. Mr. Kosteuc, here you are. And the moderator of this session, which is the last session before lunch, will be Mr. Vincent Berruteau, Head of Unit responsible for Innovation, Research, Digitalization and Competitiveness at the Directorate General for Energy at the European Commission. Mr. Berruteau, I think you are online, so the floor is yours. And you have the honor to announce the other speaker.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to the last session of this morning in this very interesting SETPLAN conference. I have the pleasure today to moderate the session, which will look at how regulatory activities can foster innovation in the energy grid. And in that session, we will continue the discussions that have started this morning on how to make our energy system fit for the new climate and energy ambition. Earlier this morning, in the session at 11, we explored the role of digitization to foster energy system integration. We then heard about very concrete experience of the Slovenian network operator who designed and implemented innovative smart grid projects. And in the session now, we will hear the point of view of industry and regulators on how we could make our energy grid more innovative through innovative technologies and changes in the regulatory environment. And the industry will be represented by Dr. Vera Silva. Vera is Chief Technology Officer at GE Grid Solutions. She leads the engineering team responsible for designing and producing products in high voltage equipment, grid automation, digital solutions, and grid services. She's also Vice President of T&D Europe, which is the European Association of the Electricity Transmission and Distribution Equipment and Services Industry. And I think she will talk this morning on behalf of T&D Europe. And for the regulators, we have Jan Koczek, as you introduced him already, from the European Union Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators. And I should say that Jan is coming as a neighbor here, since the agency, ACER, is located in Ljubljana. And I wish I could be with you, Jan, on stage. And I regret very much that neither Vera nor I could travel to beautiful Slovenia today. But I see that the technology here in Slovenia is organized in such a way that the hybrid format works pretty well. So I hope it will be the same for that session. And I propose that we start right now with a presentation from you, Jan, and then I will ask Vera to give us a point of view of industry. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Regulation and innovation, I think these are the two terms which are very rarely put together in one sentence. And I have to admit that regulators are not too fond of innovation. So as if you have young kids or some pets at home, you know how to give them a bitter pill. You have to put it in something which tastes a bit better. And that's why we at ACER have decided to sort of disguise innovation into efficiency. And I will be speaking mostly about efficiency and linking it to innovation. So, first of all, why do we need it? There are huge efforts ahead. We all know that, right? I think you probably have been speaking about these for the entire morning session. First of all, we have a lot of investments to make, a lot of grid investments, but we also owe it to the consumers to be efficient in how we use the assets that we already have, plus, of course, the assets that will need to be built in the very near future. But is this efficiency something that the regulators are really facilitating right now? That is the question at hand. First of all, to understand the problem, we need to understand how regulation works. How does it pay back the investments? And predominantly in Europe and across the world, we have the so-called rate of return regulation, which, well, in simple terms, pays back the costs of investments, plus, of course, a rate of return, sort of like interest on top of that. And, well, if you pay back the costs of investments and get something on top, some interest on top, you clearly see that this creates a bias towards CAPEX-heavy investments. I would even say that it creates a bias for high-cost investments. Is there a different way? So can we do something else besides just building new lines and all that? I think, once again, this forum is quite well aware of the many different technologies that are there. Well, the issue here is how to unlock their full potential. How to unlock this full potential, how to invite or how to push for creativity. This was a discussion we had with the regulators for quite some time. And we discussed a lot whether to use a stick or a carrot. Well, I'm glad to say that at the end we agreed that you cannot force creativity, you cannot force innovation. So you have to create an environment which would invite innovation. And to invite innovation for regulated entities, you have to bridge the gap, the financial gap, between the let's say, appeal of classical investments, which are high cost, and low cost investments, which simply cannot compete in a world of rate of return. That's very simple. So the idea that we put forward is actually that the remuneration of such investments should no longer look at the cost side of such investments, but should rather look at the benefit side of the investments, and we should move towards a benefit sharing principle. So if an efficiency investment, and most of efficiency investments are innovative investments are at the core of efficiency. If such an investment brings benefits to the consumers, these benefits should also be shared with the TSO or with the DSO or any other regulated entity, and by that inviting and creating an environment which would really put innovation at the forefront. With that said, I would just like to turn your attention to the position paper we very recently issued on incentivizing smart investments. I believe it is also available at the SET event website under news, if I'm not mistaken, but of course also on Acer's website. I invite you to read it as it describes these ideas a bit more in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan, for giving us the point of view of Acer on how we could improve the efficient use of electricity transmission assets. And I'm grateful that you could share with us the essence of the position paper that Acer released very recently on this subject, and that reflects, of course, the point of view of Acer, but I'm sure that paper will stimulate further discussions in the weeks and months to come. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm also looking forward to listening to the industry now, and for that I invite Vera to take the floor. Vera, you've got the floor for approximately 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent, and thank you, Jan, for the presentation. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to ask if the first slide could be put on the screen. And so first of all, let me thank you for inviting me for the SET Plan Conference 2021. The long-standing SET Plan is really an essential tool for driving innovation in our energy infrastructure to make it greener, more efficient. I think this mission is becoming increasingly urgent in the context of EU decarbonization and recent COP26 conclusions. I'm here today in my role of Vice President of T&D Europe. T&D Europe is an association that represents the transmission and distribution equipment and solutions provider industry, about 200,000 jobs, and driving the bulk of the innovation in terms of technology that's then deployed by our customers in our transmission and distribution grids. So we take quite seriously our role in shaping the future energy systems, and the association is more and more involved into innovation. For example, the proposal of multi-terminal HVDC interoperability project. I mention this specifically because once we start technology innovation, we face new challenges and issues. For example, the aspect of interoperability, and they require new ways of working and cooperating between competitors as well as with our customers. And what we feel is that technology hurdles can be overcome. What is really needed is to have a good investment environment. And to achieve this, we need to make sure that Acer supports to create the right environment for grid operator to invest in innovative grid solutions. So if I could have the next slide, please. So we really welcome the Acer position on incentives to smart investments in the grid. The paper is well researched and it really considers the reality of the stakeholder situation. Acer rightly points the main obstacles faced by transmission operators when it comes to investing in smart grids technology. We can see that we need to use efficiently the infrastructure, and this efficiency is a measurable way of measuring innovation. This will drive T&D Europe member companies to find new smart solutions to optimize the use of the grid. Regarding the proposal made by Acer on how to solve the puzzle, I believe they go in the right direction, especially because it contributes to a mindset change in infrastructure investment. And this mindset change is even more important when we need our energy system to be not only reliable, because reliability has to be maintained, but also greener and more efficient. I want to point out that the paper mentions the use of KPIs for measuring the benefits of grid investment. And such indicators can bring more clarity and long-term perspective to operators when it comes to deploying new innovative solutions. We have the example of smart grid indicators that are being used today at national level as part of the clean energy package. And this can only encourage national regulators to include this in their innovation reflection. The final point I would like to add is another dimension to the Acer's position. It was mentioned by Jan very rightfully, the CapEx bias, which makes it easier to reinforce the grid, larger projects and CapEx infrastructure. We need to move beyond this, not only for economic efficiency, but also because we need to consider the time and the circularity aspects. Time is of essence today for European grid infrastructure. Between now and 2030, we have less than a decade to meet our renewable energy targets that are at our door, and grid transformation needs to happen at a very fast pace. Obviously, investing in large-scale infrastructure assets is necessary, but it represents a cost and a time of building and permitting that is on average 6 years to complete a project. In many cases, smart technology can help to solve issues in a considerable shorter delay. And it is very important to consider the aspect of time if we want to fulfill even national energy and climate plans. And circularity. It is also a major concern for TSOs, and their remuneration should reflect this. Better asset management and technology that can help extending infrastructure duration should be considered an important investment as well. This will increase operation efficiency, as mentioned before, and as well as avoid material waste. So with these points in line, I conclude my presentation, and I look forward to continue the conversation on this topic.
Thank you very much, Vera, for this positive reaction on Acer's position paper. I think I noted on the two aspects that you highlighted, the aspect of time. Of course, there's little time in front of us and we need to act fast, and smart technologies can help us, and also the circularity aspects, of course, which are also very important, and you know how important they are also for the European Commission. I think, more generally speaking, I think it's always useful in this kind of conferences to hear from industry. And not only is industry an important player of the research and innovation landscape, but it's also turning innovation into new products and services, and therefore into growth and jobs. And this is what the Green Deal is also about. And this is why it's important to keep industry involved in the SET plan. And I'm very glad that you could be with us today, Vera. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You heard Jan in his presentation highlighting the efficient use of infrastructure as a driver for innovation. In your opinion, representing T&D Europe, how do new solutions such as direct current, for instance, contribute to the efficiency of the grid?
We take them, if you go back to the basics on what is the difference between the direct current and the AC, is that you actually can use almost the full capacity of the line that you are installing or the cables. So that's one of the first axes of having direct current. It also allows us to connect between islands and continents, as well as interconnections between countries. And that will definitely help to use efficiently not only the installed generation capacity, access to flexibility, and sharing energy across borders. So direct current, namely in the line of the HVDC technologies, will play a very critical role in meeting the future energy, as well as connecting the offshore, which is a great part of the European ambition.
Thank you very much, Vera. I think your answer confirms that we were on the right path with our decision to address the issue of direct current more thoroughly in the set plan, with the creation, notably, of a new implementation working group on high voltage direct current. So that's good to hear. I'm turning now to Jan, who's on stage. Jan, I noticed you said that you should be inviting the regulatory entities to become innovative. What do you mean by that? Could you please be more specific?
Well, by inviting the regulated entities, of course, it means that the regulators themselves have to create an environment which would, let's say, favor uptake of innovation. And well, it's not only, of course, on regulators to do that. I think this goes beyond the regulators. They're not all powerful in that direction. So in that sense, we have to rely on the ministries. We have to rely also on the Commission. I think your help is definitely most welcome here. But inviting means that then you create an environment that triggers innovation, because there is a very definite objective of it, reaching higher efficiency, which of course pays back very much, of course, and very, very nicely back to the regulated entities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. I think that's very interesting what you presented, this new approach. But I mean, we heard this morning, and we hear it time and again from experts, that we need to move faster than our current pace. And so how quickly do you see this new approach being implemented by national regulatory authorities? And is there anything that can be done to speed up things?
Well, regulators are, slow-moving animals. So the inertia of such systems is quite big, unfortunately. So it takes a lot of time to convince them to do something. But I think, and here is again, I think the message that was also I think shared by many others before me, saying that we all need to work in that direction. I again see the Commission here as an important player. I see the ministries of individual countries as important players. And of course also regulators and ACER that need to jointly develop this new framework and make it work in real life. I think in theory this can be done very soon. It's not, rocket science. So it can be done within, next year, if there is sufficient support. If not, then of course it takes time and years, which I think we do not have.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. We don't have a lot of time, so we need to act fast. And you mentioned the European Commission. You know how committed we are to helping on this matter. Of course, using the set plan, but also using the other tools that we have at our disposal. I'm turning to Vera now for a question. To what extent do you think the need for future proofing of the grid by 2030, but also 2050, changes the calculation for TSO investments?
So I think in addition to the timing constraints which we mentioned, one of the things is that we're going to have a change in the structure of the grid, the location where generation will be produced, the flows across the grid, being that between countries across the continent, but also between transmission and distribution. So one of the first things is that we feel that the transmission system operators and the distribution system operators will need to work very closely on coordination of their investments, as well as coordination of the deployment of the smart technologies, and this will impact investment calculations and how they are basically split across the system. The second thing we need from the investment piece, more from the technology manufacturer perspective, is that we have quite a lot of steps ahead. When we look at new technology, at innovation, that goes from designing the equipment, doing the proof of concept, prototypes, testing, accreditation, certification. So all this process takes quite a lot of time, and we do expect increasing orders, and this is great news for our industry, but we feel that we need more clarity in terms of what are the infrastructure investments, even standardization in some of the technologies we're expecting, like some initiatives being driven by TENET across the HVDC, so that we can deliver in a timely manner these investments. So for me, is that we need to raise the awareness that we cannot deliver this in the next day, and that the TSOs need to coordinate with the DSOs, but also with our industry in order to make sure we can do it in a timely way.
Thank you, Vera. Point taken. I think also very important is collaboration, of course. I'm looking if there are any other questions on the Slido. I don't see any, but since we have a couple of minutes still, I would like to launch a poll in Slido. So remember, you can use your smartphone and you type slido.com, and then the hashtag setplan, and the question will appear on your screen. I'm checking on my smartphone at the same time. Yes, so the question is, what do you think is the best incentive for regulated entities such as the transmission system operators and distribution system operators to become innovative? And that's the subject of this session. So are we talking about monetary incentives or reward for implementing innovative solutions? In other words, are we looking for carrots? Or are we more looking for sticks, penalties, if regulated entities fails to implement innovative solutions? Or, of course, perhaps you think regulated entities should not be innovating, but rather investing into sufficiently developed mature technologies, in which case you can also tick that box, or if you think it's another option that we should pursue, then you can also type others. So let's see what you select. Okay, that's quite interesting. So it seems to be a majority of people thinking that we should rather use carrots than sticks and go for monetary incentives. And I think that would go along the lines of what the paper from Acer is recommending. I don't know if any of you wants to react, Vera or Jan, on this result.
I think it's a very positive to feel that KPI-driven incentive, like incentives followed by measuring effectiveness to KPIs, will be the better way, because it tends to be more technology agnostic, and it will drive a different way of cooperation compared to the stick. So I agree with this point. I'm glad to see that's the majority.
Maybe
a reaction from you?
Yeah, maybe from me, just very quickly. I like the result. I think it's very much in line, but not only the number one option of monetary incentives, but also the second one, which I think is something, I mean, that we are sort of in between the lines, not necessarily suggesting, but what we are saying is that, you know, for something, innovation should be pulled and not pushed, if you understand what I'm saying. So innovation in the sense, if you just throw money at the TSOs or DSOs to innovate, that might become innovation just for sake of innovation. If you, on the other hand, say, become efficient and we will reward you for that, they will innovate, but that will not be the target objective. The target objective will be efficiency, and that's, I think, what we want to get. So it's not necessarily you have to be extremely innovative and do something completely new, but please look at the smart technologies which are already up there. I think a couple of were mentioned already, and implement those to the extent possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at my clock and I see that we have come to the end of that session. What was clear to me is that the energy transition will require more electrification, which means that more efficient use of the infrastructure will become ever more important in the years to come. And for this reason, we need to address the existing barriers that prevent the development, but also the deployment of innovative solutions that help us optimize the use of the electricity grids. I think, thank you, Vera and Jan, you've given us some directions on what can be done, both in terms of regulation, addressing the CapEx bias, for instance, and in terms of technological innovation, for example, through direct current. And it's encouraging that the SET plan is giving more attention to these issues. And I think in the session today, we have shown that the work in this area must involve researchers, governments, industry, but also the national regulatory authorities. So a big thank to you, Vera and Jan, for enlightening us on this subject, and a big thank also to the people in Slovenia who have helped us organize this session in a hybrid format. And I think it worked reasonably well, so I think I'm happy about that. And I pass the floor back to the Master of Ceremony now for information about the next program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. Thank you for your kind contribution. You know, before I make some final announcements, it is so charming to be European because you have the right to mispronounce so many different surnames. Is it Mr. Beruto or Beruto? I don't know. But we are all European and we understand that. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, now it's lunchtime. Please network. You can network either in the hall or at the Confiva platform. Some of you have already arranged meetings. And having said that, enjoy the lunch. We'll start sharply at, when? 2:30, 14:30. Thank you for your attention and enjoy.
Our planet has been nurturing us for millennia. It can keep sustaining us, but its resources aren't limitless. We need to act now to protect the planet for future generations and make our societies climate resilient. The European Green Deal is the EU's commitment to be the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. It means radically transforming how we do things, reimagining urban landscapes,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome after lunch. I know it is difficult, but you'll see everything will be fine. Please let me remind you of our Slido. For those who came anew, just type in slido.com, www.slido.com, and multiple questions, enter in set plan, and multiple questionnaires, multiple choice questions will appear on your phone screen. Now we are starting today's afternoon work with the session, panel session number 2, Energy for Sustainable and Inclusive Society. We have 2 speakers on site, and I would like to invite them both to the stage. Mr. Robert Dominco, Research Professor, National Institute of Chemistry and Professor of Ljubljana University. Dr. Dominco, where are you? Here, welcome. Take a seat. And we have another esteemed gentleman, Paul Kartoivels, International Affairs Managing Director at Bouygues Europe, President, European Construction Technology Platform. Mr. Kartoivels, welcome to the stage. And now I'm handing over the stage to Mr. Piotr Szymanski, Director C, Energy, Transport and Climate Joint Research Center, European Commission. Mr. Szymanski, the floor is yours. Where is Mr. Szymanski?
Here.
Piotr, all the best. Enjoy moderating. And I'm going to rest now.
Thanks very much. Take your time. It's great pleasure to be part of the SETPLAN conference, and we'll continue having very interesting discussions. So good afternoon to everyone in Bled and to those of you who join us online. I'm dialing in from North Holland, and I'm very sorry that I couldn't come to Bled to be with you and to enjoy Bled's beauty and impressively green credentials. Please have a slice of that delicious looking Bled cream cake on my behalf. The title of our session is Energy for a Sustainable and Inclusive Society. To address this important topic, which is a cornerstone of a European Green Deal, we need to cover a lot of ground, including renewable energy integration, batteries, the built environment, mobility systems, new materials, cross-cutting technologies, and last but not least, societal acceptance. This is a lot to get through in 1 hour. All of these topics we address in the Directorate of Energy, Transport and Climate of the Joint Research Center, the Knowledge and Science Service of the European Commission. I'm confident that with the help of our 5 distinguished guests, who I will introduce you in a moment, we'll advance our understanding both on the fine detail and of a bigger picture of a fair and inclusive clean energy transition, particularly in the urban environment. We will also have a task for you, our dear viewers and listeners, so please make sure that you've got mobiles handy for the Slido questions that we'll be posing shortly. Just a few words to introduce the topic. The European Green Deal is an opportunity to improve the well-being of our people by making our economy modern, resource efficient and competitive. For this, we need a strong foundation in education, research and innovation. We don't just need to innovate, but also to integrate across sectors such as energy, industry, buildings, transport to improve the places where we live, work and move around. Cross-sectoral collaboration is a success story of the SETPLAN. As you can see in our latest SETPLAN progress report, which has been just published, the cross-sectoral synergies are multiplying, with many collaborations happening between our working groups on renewables, industry, energy systems, buildings, and positive energy districts. To be able to tackle climate change and sustainability, we need to rethink the way we design, manufacture, build, and maintain our built environment. This is a hugely collaborative task, and its center there are people who actually use these buildings. Renovating our buildings will not just save energy, but also provide a better quality of life and help to tackle energy poverty. We have to support Europeans to renovate and insulate their homes and help local communities to make their schools and public buildings more energy efficient. We need to provide Europeans with affordable, clean solutions, for instance, by lowering the costs of renewable energy technologies and introducing more low-cost electric vehicles to the market. The transition to greener mobility will always offer clean, accessible, and affordable transport for the cities of the future. Most importantly, we need to ensure that climate-friendly technologies are accepted and adopted by consumers. This is a challenge at the heart of Europe's green transition. We cannot move forward without the support of society, engagement, and empowerment of local communities. We need to ensure that people feel the benefits of this transition quickly and that they are distributed fairly, both across member states and across social groups, so no one is left behind. For this reason, the European Commission has proposed a solidarity package, which includes a social climate fund. The objective is to fight inequality and energy poverty by directly supporting vulnerable households and helping Europeans to overcome the initial financial hurdle for investments in energy efficiency. We all have an important part to play, and we need to make sure that every person, industry, city, and country will be part of this transformation and can benefit from it. The work of the SET Plan is crucial in bringing together SET Plan countries, industries, and researchers to define the energy R&I priorities and to make sure that we have the necessary conditions to reach our energy and climate goals. So before I introduce the panel, let's start with Slido. Grab your gadget and go into Slido.com. You've seen the parameters. You just put set plan lowercase, hash is already there on the screen, on the window. And then please go to the polls section first. So you will be answering certain polling questions. Question and answer section will be a bit later. So thanks very much for putting the question on screen. And let me read it to you. Which three of these factors are the most important to ensure the energy transition has a positive impact on society? Public acceptance, technological innovation, governance, social inclusion, education, and skills. We will leave this poll running for a few minutes and come back to it once I've introduced our 5 speakers in this session. In non-particular order, we've got Dr. Susana Battel, who is an integrated researcher at the Center for Psychological Research and Social Intervention of the University Institute of Lisbon. Her research focuses on how to promote socio-environmental justice and participation in renewable energy transitions. Welcome, Susana. Paul Kartavets is Executive Director of Bouygues Europe. Bouygues is a French company active in the construction sector in over 90 countries and in telecoms and television in France. He's also president of the European Construction Technology Platform, which, along with the World Green Building Council, co-chairs the Build for People partnership with the Commission under the Horizon Europe. He is also leader of the Action Cluster on Sustainable Built Environment in the Commission Smart Cities Marketplace. Paul will give us his view from inside the SET Plan, as he is a member of the implementation groups on energy efficient buildings and positive energy districts. Good afternoon, Paul. Karen van Clausen is Secretary General of Polis, the leading European network of cities and regions on urban transport innovation. Since 1998, Karen has been involved in urban transport networking and policy activities and EU research and innovation projects covering a wide range of urban mobility topics. She will tell us more about urban mobility from the perspective of cities and the governance of innovation. Welcome, Karen. Then we have Professor Dr. Robert Dominko, who is a research professor at the National Institute of Chemistry in Slovenia, Deputy Director of Alistor ERI Network, and a member of the Executive Board of the Battery 2030 Plus initiative. We will hear from him about the batteries of the future and the skills we'll need to produce them. It's good to have you here, Robert.
Yeah, good afternoon.
And finally, we have with us the European Woman Innovator of the Year, Michaela Magas. Michaela is chair of the Industry Commons Foundation, innovation advisor to the European Commission and the G7 leaders, and a member of the high-level roundtable for the new European Bauhaus. She is also CEO of MTF Labs, a global community platform of 8,000 creative innovators and scientific researchers. We look forward to hearing from Michaela about the new European Bauhaus and innovation in the Internet of Things. Thanks a lot for joining us, Michaela.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
Now, before we kick off our discussion, let's have a look at Slido, at the results of the poll. I guess I should see it myself here. No, I can only answer. So, answering. Right. You see it on the stage: public acceptance, education skills, technological innovation, inclusion, governance. All 5 elements are very pronounced, and I'm confident we'll touch upon all of them during our discussion. Thanks very much for participating in the poll. Right, let's go down to work. Robert, if I may start with you. Batteries will be key for integrating renewables into our buildings. Could you tell us a bit about the priorities for battery research in Europe, both short and medium term, and how to strengthen the position of the EU on the global market? Over to you, Robert.
Thank you for the question. Really, batteries are one of the key technologies that will enable this transition to the carbon-free society. And they were actually very well described in the Set Plan Action 7 and with all KPIs that we have. And then at that time, there was a slight mess in the area of European Commission because there were many different organizations, initiatives starting to pop out and taking care about the Set Plan KPIs promotion or to bring these KPIs to the realization. But nowadays we have this Battery Association partnership, which somehow established the field. And within that field, we have a Batteries Europe, which is taking care about the, we have Batteries Europe, which is taking care about the mid-tier levels. We have ICP-IE, which is actually taking over industrialization, and we have also batteries, Battery 2030 Plus initiative, so-called flagship initiative, former flagship initiative, which is taking care about the basic research and development, and also that we will differentiate between all other markets worldwide. So if I just say a few words about Batteries Europe, this is here we are actually following Set Plan Action, and we are opening new calls right now for so-called Generation 3A, Generation 3B, Generation 4A, 4B, whatever generations. So those generations are actually those generations that are required for automotive sector and also partially for storage of renewable sources. On behind of this Batteries Europe platform, then we have initiative Batteries 2030 Plus, where our aim is to re-innovate the batteries, how they are innovated. So that means that we are establishing platform which will enable or which will accelerate battery innovation, which will enable stabilization of batteries, which actually will have a huge impact on sustainability and accessibility of batteries in the future. Of course, with the one goal also to bring this price and safety issue on the level that is acceptable by society. that will be also achieved by introducing smart functionalities into the batteries. So if we just look at what medicine did with human lifetime in last 30, 40 years, which was prolonged for 20, 30 years in this period, that's what we can do also with battery cells. By introducing smart functionality, smart sensing, and also self-healing functionalities, so curing of cells, we can prolong their safety, quality, lifetime, and reliability. And at the same time, we are not forgetting about manufacturing and also final recyclability. And what I need to say that this is a chemistry-free initiative, so we are not focusing only on lithium and beyond lithium, but we are focusing also on other elements which are key for this transition, because if we rely on some reports, lithium is, there is enough lithium, but might be not really accessible to everyone. So,
thanks very much, Robert. Thanks a lot. Karen, batteries are also a key component of electromobility, and from the governance perspective, can you tell us how we can integrate electromobility into urban space? Who should take lead on that? Over to you.
Thank you for the question, Piotr. Well, first of all, I should put out there that electromobility is just one of many solutions that cities are introducing to address the adverse impacts of transport and to make urban mobility more sustainable. At the heart of a sustainable urban mobility policy today is actually a modal shift away from the private car. So just replacing current cars with electric cars will not suffice to address the other challenges beyond greenhouse gases and other emissions, such as congestion, road safety, a fair allocation of space across different modes, etc. And when it comes to space consumption, in particular, electric cars are just as space polluting, I would say, as non-electric ones. So that's why it's important for cities to take up a leading role in electromobility, just as they should do in other innovation areas, actually, because the governance of innovation and the introduction of regulatory frameworks which maximize opportunities, but also mitigate possible negative externalities, is really instrumental in making sure that innovations are aligned with policy goals and do not undermine those policy goals. Cities and regions really need to set the rules of the game in that respect. Now, clearly, the cars that do remain in our urban cores will have to become clean, meaning will have to be electrified and preferably shared. And we see that cities are really taking up their responsibility in accelerating the rollout of electromobility by introducing public charging infrastructure, incentivizing the electrification of captive fleets, and also cleaning up their own fleets. But when we talk more particularly about the charging infrastructure and its integration in urban space, it's very important to properly think about where we want to locate those charging points. And we see that modeling and forecasting of the recharging demand is a centralized approach where in most cases public authorities base their planning of the infrastructure on models that predict how the future demands will be developing. The second method that we see coming into play with cities is a demand-driven approach where current or future EV users who have no access to a private charging point can request the implementation of a charging point close to their homes if certain criteria are met. And there we see that one of the most common criteria, obviously, is the distance from your house to a charging point. And this is an approach that is often applied in combination with this modeling approach that I mentioned before. And it is a strategy that has proven to be effective in convincing consumers to switch to electric vehicles. Now, there is not really one predominant model. Each city is different. And sometimes we see also that different approaches are being combined. For example, the data-driven approach is also gaining ground, where we are forecasting on the basis of actual usage data at the moment. And this is a more dynamic approach than just the traditional modeling or forecasting. So it also gives us an even better picture of where we stand. So as you can see, cities are taking their responsibility, but it will also be essential in going forward that we join forces across the different levels of government so that they're also being empowered both by the national and the European level in that respect. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Karen. Let's move now to buildings in our urban spaces. So Susanna, what challenges do we face in terms of integrating renewables into the built environment? Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. So from my perspective, what I would like to highlight is precisely this issue of the socio-environmental injustices that integrating renewables and other smart cities initiatives, so to say, might create in cities and in buildings specifically as well. So also going back to your words in the beginning of this session, I think it is really important that we acknowledge that acceptance is a key factor for integrating renewables in buildings and for fostering smarter, more renewable focused cities. And also that acceptance is engagement and is empowerment. And so I think that is the key message that I would like to leave. And for that, obviously, one of the key challenges is precisely how to promote renewables in buildings and people's acceptance also of more energy efficient technologies, for instance, such as smart meters and others, without creating what we call green gentrification, which basically would imply the often further exclusion and marginalization through these green initiatives of often already economically or otherwise excluded and marginalized groups and citizens. So I think that what is really important is when trying to promote this renovation wave while creating also the conditions for better buildings and more efficient and greener buildings is to focus on these three key tenets of energy justice. So it is really important that we recognize, on one hand, all the groups and citizens that have to be involved while promoting this renovation of buildings and integrating renewables in buildings, so that everyone can integrate this process. The other aspect is obviously as well distributive justice, so precisely related with the first one, to make sure that the costs and benefits of integrating renewables are accounted for, and that people, for instance, the energy poor, actually are not even more, the responsibility is not even put more on them for that. And the third aspect is procedural justice, so making sure that everyone is engaged and can have a say in the decision-making process of trying to integrate renewables in buildings. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Susanna. Now, Paul, can you tell us what exactly is meant by the people-centric built environment? We heard that it's very important for good mobility, to have nobody left behind and address all the societal issues, but is something like a people-centric built environment, is it sustainable by default? Over to you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to be a bit more provocative about everything that has been said so far, which is quite true and positive, by reminding a few points that we heard this morning also. First of all is the speed at which we have to act. And when Minister Vertovec said 2030 is today, it shows you, I think it's a good expression to show how fast we have to go. Also, Maria de Graça Carvalho, if you remember, mentioned that we should not reduce mobility, we should just make it more sustainable. She was talking about planes at that time, but that was also quite provocative to say, okay, the quality of the service, the quantity of the service must be the same, just it has to be more sustainable. And again, very important also, Darko Khamar said, how can we motivate the people more? That's really one of the important questions. Involving the people is not easy. What I heard so far is people are saying we must engage all into the system. I think that's very nice to say, but I'm in the private sector, but I'm also, I've been locally elected for some time. I'm still active in my local community. This is where we are in contact with the people. We are the people also, of course. And motivation of people is not easy. If we want to wait to have everybody engaged, I think it's going to take a long time. So I'm just trying to be a bit more, critical on this. What we need to also do is to make things more sustainable, even if the people did not think about it somehow. I think that's also important. And to give the example of what Maria said on the plane, you are taking the plane the same way, but maybe the plane has another type of fuel. The cars that are sold are being more and more electric. Electricity is more sustainable. Right now, when you want to have an electricity bill, if you ask or pay a supplement, you can have green electricity. If someday the electricity from the grid is green, no matter whether you thought about it or not, it's going to be sustainable. So I think we have to be realistic. We have to push as much as possible solutions that people will adopt even without having to think about them. That is more realistic. Also, I wanted to use a comparison with the smartphones. Smartphones change our lives. People adopted them so quickly, they're even ready to pay a lot of money for a smartphone. Can we find a way to pack energy solutions, smart energy solutions, in a way that is so attractive for the people as the smartphones? If we have that kind of state of mind, maybe we can figure out something. Before we talk about how the people can adopt things, we have to go also a bit upstream. And upstream, before lunch, we had a panel on regulation. And I think we still have work to do on regulation, actually. There are two things. With the Commission now, you have the Fit for 55 package. You have many texts on the table for the moment. There are other texts that we did not speak about today. This regulatory environment is extremely important to push technologies, but it is also very complex. So I know there are member states representatives here also. We must realize that public authorities, private companies, everybody who has to apply their legislation is receiving a lot of messages at the same time for the climate and environmental challenges. So let us make sure that we can manage this extreme regulatory pressure of the moment to make the better use of it. I'll give you one example that was not mentioned so far, is that if we only talk about CO2 reduction, if we only talk about, which is climate change mitigation, well, financing will slowly not be there anymore, because the sustainable financing framework that is coming out of Europe now asks us to also go for climate change adaptation and also environmental profiles, water management, circularity, that was mentioned once this morning, circular economy, pollution control, and biodiversity management. So you have to realize that maybe that's one of the evolutions of the SET plan. Energy is the fil rouge, is the heart of it, but we need to go for all climate objectives and all environmental objectives. That's quite a pressure, but it is important to know a project that is only on CO2 will not have preferential financing in the future. It was also mentioned a few times, and it's really important for us, is education and skills. Education of the people was mentioned this morning. I wanted to tell you that in the construction sector, we insist on skills for the workers, skills also for the engineers. At engineering level, we have what we call l'alternance. I think the word also exists in English, alternance, which means people who are studying engineering spend part of their time in the company already. So they alternate work and studies, which is also something quite interesting. For the skills of the workers, we use digital capacity to exchange. When one worker does something complex, he can film himself so that all the workers of the company around the world can take advantage of that experienced worker. That's also really important. The people are not only European. You know that Europe has a role to play at international level. So it is also important that what we do in Europe can be communicated, can be shared, can be repeated all over the world in emerging economies, for instance. So this is really important. Remember that CO2 production from Europe is less than 10% of the CO2 emissions on Earth. So alone, we will not make it. We really need to be all together. One point mentioned also quite a few times is the cost of energy, cost of electricity in particular, because we're turning to electrification. In Belgium, in my country, in your bill, electricity itself is only 40% of the bill. Okay, so you understand that the electricity bill is something that has to be managed to make sure that we can maybe include more innovation without having the bill of the individuals to raise. Finally, to say something a bit different also, we talk about technologies. I like to think of the blackout test. I think we should have the possibility to imagine what happens if there is a blackout, what is still working, how much energy is locally produced and not necessarily connected, because you heard a few years ago that when something happened in Germany, there was a problem in Spain, so connections are also sometimes complicated. What we saw this morning was really super with the many countries acting together. But let's make sure that even in difficult times, we have solutions to make sure life goes on. So thank you very much. I will not say more than this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Paul. You touched a lot of ground. One conclusion for my work with the directorate is we are quite well aligned with the needs for research, because of some things what you've said almost felt like reading some of our reports. And of course, as Joint Research Center, we cannot do it ourselves. We do it together with the whole research community, both European and worldwide. Now let's turn to Michaela, and let's talk about the new European Bauhaus. How one can design things which are beautiful, sustainable, and also inclusive, that they are not just for elites or for the richest. Over to you, Michaela.
Thank you. I think I can build really well on what's just been said, actually, with everything that we are doing, except that I have to emphasize one thing, that everything that we are doing is based on real experience of engaging people on the ground, of actually successfully engaging people on the ground. So perhaps we can exchange some more ideas afterwards about that side of things. But the new European Bauhaus uniquely places culture and creativity at the forefront of solutions for the Green Deal. And if I may quote from the concept paper, which was generated by the high-level roundtable, which I'm privileged to be part of, a culture and design-led approach is an important strategy for the transition to a low-carbon, regenerative and just society. So for the first time, that means ideas and innovations on how to improve our living environment are being fed to the policy directly from the grassroots, creative innovation. And the results from this co-creation on the ground are set to inspire policy missions, which can then further support solutions on the ground. And within the highlight to practice in experimental labs, you may have heard President von der Leyen mention this term before. And this happens through grassroots collaborative prototyping, so hands-on engagement. This allows for testing of sustainable solutions and novel technological affordances directly on human experience and on our environment. And so personal development through this rapid knowledge exchange and hands-on prototyping then stimulates behavioral change and innovation breakthroughs as well. And within this context, radical inclusion is an approach that we advocate for. And this refrains from dividing people into categories, but instead it achieves cohesion by focusing on convergence and a bias for action. And with this kind of strategy in place, it's possible to envisage a behavioral shift where the future of work is driven by missions. And so this is a grand ambition, of course, but this enables us to then aim for moonshots and to adopt a perspective that goes beyond Europe, this has also been mentioned, and beyond human. And so this means not only human-centric, for instance, Industry 5.0, as we currently have within the European program, but an ecosystemic approach that accounts for all species and all ecosystems as part of our living environment. And as I always say within the new European Bauhaus, if each participant on the ground, regardless of their starting point or their level of knowledge, takes one step forward in their personal development as a result of this engagement towards sustainable ecosystemic solutions, the result will be a large-scale societal transformation.
Thanks very much, Michaela. Now, let's come back to Slido. Before we come to the second round of questions to our panelists, now if you go to the Q&A session, just say Q&A, you can type your question. So Please think about questions, type them in. If we've got some time at the end, we'll pick up and ask the panelists. Now, let's start the second round of questions to our distinguished panelists. I'll go back to Robert. Do we have the skills we need for the battery industry of the future? You mentioned new chemistries, you mentioned new technologies, new materials. And if we don't, what should we do to have them? And what do we need? Over to you.
I couldn't catch this question, but...
No, okay, so let me say then, it's about the skills for battery industry. And I guess somebody will tell me if my audio is going down. So do we have the skills we need for the battery industry of the future? And if not, what do we need to do?
Oh, yes, thank you. So the question is right on place. Sorry. Yeah, the question is right on place. So we just had this discussion this morning in Brussels during Battery Innovation Days, which is going on sporadically to this set plan conference. And also we saw the awareness from the previous slide that skills are needed. So I will give you just an example. We are expecting 1,000 gigawatt hour production in Europe by 2030. And each gigawatt hour production will require approximately 300 employees directly employed in the company and approximately 3 to 5 times more indirectly employed to the company. So that's a huge number. So that's a few million of people who will be really engaged to the production of batteries. And that's the whole value chain is covered with that. But what do we have? Almost zero. So we don't have skills because with the mobile phones and computers, we left them to the Far East, and with that, they developed also battery industry. So right now, for example, a company like Northvolt in Sweden, they are employing Japanese engineers to teach them, and those they will start to teach another engineers and another engineers, but we don't have time to do that. So we need to increase this speed of teaching, and not only on academic level, more even on professional level. And then, of course, on vocational level and also on public level. So there are 4 different levels of education. And right now we are making plans. Academic education is almost established. So it is ongoing very well. There are, for example, also in Erasmus Mundus Plus course, which is University of Ljubljana is involved on batteries, and that attracts young people from all over the world. More problematic is professional education, because we don't have a lot of experience how to produce batteries, how to produce quality batteries with the same quality or even higher quality that they are produced in the Far East. And for that, we will struggle. We need to actually establish the centers. We need to reskill or upskill people that are currently mainly involved in automotive industry, since we know that moving in automotive industry from combustion engine to the battery-powered engine or the battery-powered vehicle, we need less spare parts, we need less expertise, and we need different expertise. So this is huge investment now in Europe. Many companies are doing that to reskill and upskill their workers. And if I mentioned a few million of people, most of those few million people will be blue-coat workers. So that means directly involved into the production. So like a technical expert, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, managers as well, and businessmen, if I'm calling them also as a blue-coat, but they are not really blue-coat. But then when it comes to the vocational education, this is also necessary to bring awareness of the batteries. What batteries are, how to use batteries, how to dispose them, how to actually maintain them and so on. And this comes also then with the public education. So this is, as I said, it's a really necessary step. And now on the European level, including this battery academy, there was established, including battery partnership, there was established battery academy, where different initiatives are getting together, and they are actually we are joining all our forces or our knowledge, expertise on different levels of the battery value chain to enhance or to make faster these education activities. And one almost necessary point is also that some national governments are aware of it, some not yet. They will need also transfer centers at government level or at national levels, regional levels, where knowledge will be transferred and new workers or new young people will be trained to be really properly educated and well prepared for this new era of technology. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So it's a huge challenge, but hope we'll overcome like we've done it in the past. Let me turn to Karen. We talk about people's involvement now. When it comes to introduction of new low-carbon technologies, how do we address the issue of public acceptance? What are the obstacles we need to overcome to get people to accept the offer which we've got for them in the view of sustainability and decarbonization and fighting for the climate and the planet over?
Well, also for the transformation to zero-emission transport in cities, it will be instrumental, like was mentioned by others and including yourself, to leave no one behind. And in order to be able to do that, we will have to find a way to reconcile the greater good with individual needs. And that's the permanent challenge, actually, that our decision makers are facing. What people want, what the city as a whole needs, those two are not necessarily aligned, or not always. But for citizens to choose and to adapt to and accept low carbon mobility solutions, they will have to become the obvious choice, those solutions. And for that purpose, a fairer allocation of space in favor of sustainable modes will be instrumental, but also the physical and digital integration of those modes, because that will facilitate seamless multimodal lifestyles. So offering a range of alternatives to that private polluting car. Physical integration means hubs and interchanges in the city where different low carbon modes can come together and can be easily combined, but also digital integration through mobility as a service, for example, where you can book different options through an integrated digital ecosystem. In fact, an important role in that respect is allocated to shared mobility services, and we see that they're also really gaining ground. And they can be an important factor also for accelerating electrification, because they represent captive fleets and they also represent newer fleets, so that can really accelerate that market as well. But we shouldn't forget also that when we are talking about electromobility, we're not just talking about the private car. We should also look at electrifying captive fleets such as public transport and urban freight, city logistics vehicles. And there really a substantial change can be brought about as well, because we're talking about big numbers. And what I also believe in is a tremendous potential in terms of further boosting the increasing success of the e-bike. It's taking cycling beyond its typical 5-kilometer range, and it's really offering a valuable alternative also for more sustainable commuting into city centers, which is often a burden on cities. And even more so if we accompany those e-bikes by dedicated long-distance cycling infrastructure. And in addition, of course, we also have the new kid on the block, the e-scooters, which can also play a positive role as a complement to public transport for the first and the last mile in the urban environment. However, I also need to stress that incentives alone will not just get us there and will not lead to that massive adoption of the alternatives. What we really also need to do is internalize the external costs brought to society by unsustainable modes. This will really be essential in moving forward and also in growing that acceptance and adoption of low carbon technologies and low carbon modes. And we see that an increasing number of cities is introducing measures such as low, ultra low, and in the future even zero emission zones. They're also introducing congestion and smart kilometer charging, as well as other types of access regulation to really address the whole range of negative impacts of transport on health, the environment, space use, quality of life, and safety. Those measures are definitely politically sensitive, but they're also very powerful and really indispensable in moving forward, because introducing the polluter pays principle is long overdue as well. We also need to move away from the false narrative which says that such measures mostly harm the groups in society which are already the most vulnerable, because this is not the case, as those people tend to live in areas which are exposed the most to noise and air pollution and very often don't even own a car themselves. Now, finally, when it comes to electrification and related charging infrastructure, it's also important to mention that all stakeholders have the responsibility to guarantee a just and fair transition and rollout of measures, whether it's incentives to buying clean vehicles or carefully positioning the infrastructure, because very often we see that the financially most viable locations for infrastructure tend to be selected by the private sector in particular, because they generate the most revenue. But that could be leading to a situation where the most rich areas get plenty of charging points and the less affluent neighborhoods get none. So that would be problematic, of course, if we want to have that massive shift and that we need to make. And the modeling and forecasting tools I mentioned before can really also help to have a more correct geographical spread of the charging infrastructure and prevent a concentration of charging points in the most profitable locations. So also reaching out and branching out to the more socioeconomic challenged parts of the neighborhood, and also low density areas which are more car dependent than the urban core. So this will be really instrumental also in moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Regarding e-bikes, I may share my own experience from the Netherlands. First, I was surprised to see people at the age of my parents who've been much faster on the bike than I was. And then also there are drawbacks, because neighbors told me that they learned cycling on a normal bicycle, they got electrical one, and all the reflexes, the speed is different. So this adds up to the complexity of mixing the technology, acceptance by Europeans, safety issues which require some regulations. Probably the safety helmets will have to be more and more distributed sooner or later. And this is just a little element of all this complex ecosystem which Karen just described to us, and we heard from other panelists. So more and more we've got holistic approach to issues, and that's also a big challenge for science services like ours, to overcome silos and make sure that we cover all aspects for the benefit of the citizens. Thanks again, Karen. Now, Susanna. How can we use the low carbon technologies to alleviate the problems of energy poverty and social justice? Because we hear all the time today that any progress may lead to increasing the differences, to increasing the social problems, to address the needs of the rich at the expense of the poor. Over.
Thank you. So exactly. So I would like to take this question in a broader way, if possible, and to go back to what I said before, and also what was mentioned by Michela and others already here today. I think one key issue is precisely that, is to acknowledge that just changing the technologies will not allow us to be just and inclusive for all. So we really need to change the technologies for sure, and to have more research and better batteries and renewable energy technologies and so on and so forth. But for sure, that's not enough. So we really need to, again, adopt an holistic approach that allows us to also develop those technologies and deploy them in a just and fair way for all. And for instance, for tackling also and specifically energy poverty, I think coupling these new technologies and energy efficiency practices and technologies with renewable energy communities, for instance, is for sure a way forward to try and tackle energy poverty, while also pushing for decentralization and more community and hopefully participatory modes of doing renewability and of tackling energy poverty at the same time. So that's a first key point that I wanted to highlight. And the other one is precisely to also highlight here that the importance of making sure that we do co-create this SAT plan with people is also because if we keep excluding them and if we keep reproducing existent inequalities, we will alienate people, and that might actually create a backlash against any type of sustainable or renewable energy transition that we might hope for. So if we really want people to move on, everyone, with a renewable energy transition, we really need to guarantee that we engage everyone, because otherwise, and some studies, some research is already showing that we might even go back to an increase in, for instance, climate change skepticism. So I think that's the second point I wanted to highlight, is that we can even go back and get worse than we are at now. And finally, the third one, which I think is also really important and was also highlighted here today, is this going beyond Europe focus and adopting a whole life cycle approach for renewable energy technologies. Because I think that unless we actually recognize that the technologies we are researching and developing and deploying do not only affect us here in Europe, but actually often affect other communities, other places, also non-human, as Michaela highlighted, other ecosystems in other places around the globe. So for instance, batteries were talked about here, and lithium specifically. And we know that all the supply chains of these technologies, they do affect a lot of different communities somewhere. So I think a really important point to move forward with a truly sustainable energy transition, and that is able to tackle energy poverty and inclusion and justice all together in an holistic way, is one that also promotes this whole life cycle transparency, let's say, of renewable energy technologies and practices and policies. So I'll leave it there, but these are the key three issues that I think are really needed to promote renewable energy transition while tackling energy poverty everywhere, so to say.
Thanks a lot, Susanna. Let's now turn to Paul. Well, how do you see the set plan and cooperation between various groups, various sectors, to contribute to decarbonization, to climate mitigation, climate adaptation, in improving the air quality in our cities? How the set plan can help cities? Paul, over to you.
Is it working? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think there's something really important about the set plan with its 10 action groups, is that we are really looking at almost all possibilities for technology on energy production. So it's very important to look at all of them. I strongly believe that the energy demand is bound to continue raising, and so optimizing all the energy sources is definitely important, while greening as much as possible the electricity. So the wide range of working groups of the set plan is really important for that. And I would insist on what was just said on the life cycle analysis. It is important that each energy source is really analyzed in terms of pros and cons, qualities and complications that we could meet, and life cycle analysis for each one of them. It's really important. The other very good point of the set plan, it is that we have all the actors. Set plan meetings are with member states representatives, people from the Commission, people from the cities, and the private sector. So these are the two strengths, I think, of the set plan, is the wide range of situations analyzed and the diversity of the actors. So I really think we have a great work to do to find solutions together.
Thanks very much, Paul. Now, that's the last question. How we talked about how we make our transport better, our buildings smarter, more efficient. Now, Michaela, how the Internet of Things, and more specifically the IoT innovation, can support the energy transition over?
Thank you. Well, I'm very happy to, again, build on what has been said, and especially what Susanna was saying and what Paul was just saying. So basically, if we want to ensure sustainability, of course, it's just been reiterated twice, across industrial production and in distribution, the top priority is to take the Internet of Things to the service of the management of the complete life cycle of products and materials. So typically materials will be sourced out in one domain, they will be produced into products in another domain, they will be distributed by yet another domain, and then they will be recycled in another. So that means that we really need to be able to bridge domains if we want to track and trace the data by products and materials and manage them properly. And this means that our data-driven IoT systems must operate in what we might call a common railway tracks. Now, currently in Europe, we're building all these wonderful data spaces in different domains and marketplaces. And each one is building their own system. And this reminds me of the old problem we had with the railways, which is that each railway was built on a different gauge standard. And then there was a real barrier towards the establishment of an international railway network. So solving interoperability across domains is therefore one of our biggest challenges and our biggest goals. And as part of DG RTD, we've got the Industry Commons initiative where we are creating a legacy for cross-domain interoperability. So this is our main focus. And we've started with something called OntoCommons, which is an ontology ecosystem. We are actually looking at a system of bridging semantic technologies across domains. And solving this challenge is absolutely key if you want to achieve not just lifecycle management, but what we call closed loop lifecycle management. Because you actually want to follow the beginning of life of a product, which, for instance, it means, for example, reducing impacts of extractive practices. For instance, it would be the goal there. Or middle of life, where you want to do performance optimization, so conserving energy. Or end of life, where, of course, you do either decommissioning or recycling or reuse. So, and in the batteries case, for instance, that's a really great example. And this, of course, then, again, in the batteries case, particularly relates to the recovery of critical raw materials, but as well as preservation of natural ecosystems. And therefore, it allows us to monitor some of the most essential and most critical aspects of digitalization. Basically, it requires, as it has been reiterated, holistic ecosystemic approach. There's a science that's been established of enterprise integration, which integrates in an enterprise all of the different elements of business, of sustainability, of the ambitions of the engineering of the systems. But I would say that maybe we need to consider ecosystem integration. Building on what has just been said. And interoperability then must be supported by also layers of horizontal enablers. And this would include various systems. So systems of agreements from the point of view of international regulation or peer-to-peer contracts, systems of resilience, so very relevant to what is being discussed, so environmental sustainability, but also things like resilience to black swan events. Then systems of responsibility, so corporate social responsibility, responsible AI, ethics, and then systems of beliefs. That means societal values. We need to build these systems on top of societal values. And once all of those systems are in place and we can standardize them across domains, then interoperability actually allows for breakthrough innovation to build on top of responsibly managed cross-domain capabilities. And in a way that is fully trackable and traceable within the value network, which is unprecedented. And this allows us to join all areas of knowledge which are necessary to achieve the Green Deal, because we know we need to join all areas of knowledge. And we can then start to create a vision of what we might refer to as a European common data market.
Thanks very much, Michaela. I don't want to abuse my moderator's position. I'll just only mention the interoperability laboratory. We've got a connected one in Peten with the one in Ispra in Italy. Let's move on. Now, before we look into Slido question, I would like to give our speakers the opportunity to sum up their thoughts. Now we are a bit behind time. We started late. But we should not take time from the next panel. May I ask you to think about the message we would like to convey to the audience to carry out from that panel, or maybe some reflections of what you have heard from other panelists, and inject another element, which is a question, the most popular on my screen. It's considering the absolute emergency and daunting challenge of decreasing emissions. Can we seriously keep current services level? Or should we rather think about redefining the services completely? It comes from El Gamal from EE-Array. So let's start with Robert.
My final message would be Europe has capability to have a sustainable battery production and can take like 1/3 of worldwide market. Those batteries will be like predicted in set plan or even better with low CO2 free footprint, price even lower than is right now written in the set plan. But we should not forget about skills and education. So without that, we will not have a workforce. We will not have further technological development, which is needed, which is happening actually in industry, not on the research universities. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Robert. Karen, what are your thoughts?
Well, I would just like to pick up on a number of key points or action points we need to put at the center of our activities. That's public-private sector cooperation and aligning and joining interests and forces. Getting out of our silos, so the different sectors to talk to each other. Don't be afraid to not just introduce carrots, but also sticks. We will need them if we want people to change their behavior. We need at the same time a just and a fair transition to zero emission. And for that, we all need political leadership and the different levels of government to empower each other, not to go against each other. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Karen. Now it's Susanna's turn. Over to you.
Thank you. So I would just like to reiterate this idea that for low carbon technologies to be really sustainable and have a role in alleviating energy poverty everywhere, they really must be socially and environmentally just, inclusive, and promote well-being throughout their whole life cycle, as we've been saying. And that means not to perpetuate this extractivist approach that Michael also referred to, that has characterized our fossil societies. And so we really should use this sustainable energy transition that we want to promote to also change that type of approach and be more just overall. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Susanna. Paul, what about you?
Allow me a very special conclusion, just 1 second. I'm going to be very, very short, but I say we have been talking about a lot of things, and I thought of a slogan that concentrates all the things we have to do. And as I take advantage of the fact that I'm on the stage. So what are we trying to do all together? Is to give the highest quality of life to the largest number of people with the lowest environmental impact. So I show you the sign language of the digital age, the highest quality of life for the largest number of people with the lowest environmental impact. So you can, it's a slogan with gestures. With all the meetings that we will have today, at least I hope you will remember the YMCA of Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Paul. I hope next conference all of us will be able to be on stage together. Last but not least, Michaela.
Thank you. Thank you. That's wonderful. So, yeah, if we want to be truly informed about which services to keep and which to cut down, we will get the right set of perspectives and multiple perspectives if we adopt a cross-domain ecosystemic approach and if we include all ecosystems and all species beyond just human-centric, because that will give us the right answers to our, or rather it will come closer to giving us the right answers to our question. And this means going beyond Industry 5.0 to an ecosystem integration approach for industry that includes societal environmental values and also crucially enables this idea of closed-loop lifecycle management in the IoT. And to achieve this, we need to operate on the same railway tracks as it has been reiterated, I think. So solving cross-domain interoperability is something that can take us closer to this idea of this European common data market that will help us solve these issues.
Thanks very much. Thanks a lot to all panelists. I don't want to take any more time. It's wonderful. A lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts, a lot of to take out of this panel. So let me hand over to the next point of the agenda. Thank you very, very much. Thanks a lot.
And thank you, Piotr. From Piotr back to Peter. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, thank you all so much. Now, the next session is Energy for Smart Industrial Growth. But before that, please network, have some coffee, and we'll meet in 25 minutes. So let's say 4:05. 4:05, that is 25 minutes. Thank you.
Solar fuels are a gateway to a cleaner, greener, and safer future in energy. Generated by harvesting sunlight to produce liquid or gaseous fuels, they can be used in the most versatile ways, powering our vehicles on land, sea, and air, heating and cooling our buildings, and fueling an array of industrial processes. Solar fuels could play a key role in decarbonizing our energy systems in those different sectors. In this context, the European Union has joined Mission Innovation with the aim to accelerate innovation in clean energy technologies and to look at the potential of solar fuels worldwide as part of the Union's overarching pledge to decarbonize its society and economy by 2050. Considering solar fuels as a potential game changer, the European Commission, as co-chair of the Converting Sunlight Innovation Challenge, procured a qualitative and quantitative assessment of solar fuel value chains worldwide.
While fossil electricity can easily be replaced by renewable electricity, the replacement of fossil fuels is something which is much more challenging. Solar fuels can really represent a very promising solution to this problem. Anyhow, significant developments are needed in order to make them market ready. Therefore, the European Commission selected EY in consortium with EMEC, RINA and CEPS to assess technological and economic roadmaps to bring the solar fuels to markets in the next decades.
Solar fuels are synthetic fuels produced from using sunlight energy to drive chemical reactions, ultimately resulting in the production of a fuel such as hydrogen. Solar fuels are used just like fossil fuels to fuel our vehicles, heat and cool our buildings, power industrial processes, and they can also be used as a means of energy storage to essentially mitigate the seasonal variability in renewable energy production. Solar fuels have a low carbon footprint, so they could really be a key component in decarbonization efforts worldwide. And now, as we're seeing the cost of solar power declining, we can actually foresee a future where solar fuels could become cost competitive with comparable fossil fuels.
Solar fuels are produced in different technology routes. They are based on different pathways, electrochemical, thermochemical, and biochemical. The most advanced technology route is a two-step process, actually, where cheap electricity is produced by solar panels, and this electricity is then used for electrolyzers to split water and produce hydrogen. Very promising technologies are the photoelectrochemical conversion from sunlight and water into hydrogen, and thermochemical electrolysis, where heat is used to split water, actually steam, into hydrogen.
The key bottlenecks to solar fuel development consist both in technological challenges and economic constraints. To overcome these challenges, further research is required, with a specific target of lowering resource consumption and the overall production costs. Moreover, circular economy concepts, as well as co-production of different products, especially added value compounds other than fuels, can increase the sustainability and economic feasibility of solar fuel value chains. This is the case, for example, of biofuel production from microalgae.
Our assessment is that the most mature solar fuel technologies could become market competitive as early as 2035 in some regions, depending on the level of public investment and support. Solar fuels are expected to contribute to approximately 4% of our energy needs in 2050 in an average scenario, and up to 6% in 2100. They're expected to contribute most to the transportation sector, and in particular to maritime and aviation transport, and as well to industry and buildings, of course.
Significant investments are needed for the deployment of solar fuel technologies in order to develop the capacity required for them to play a significant role in our energy systems. These investments will spur the synergistic growth of solar fuel value chains, including additional solar farms to power solar fuel production. Significant investments in R&D, as well as a strong carbon price, would spur the development of solar fuel value chains worldwide, where nearly market-ready technologies are already playing a role today. These developments will require concerted efforts from stakeholders in energy supply chains, policymakers, and consumers.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Some of us will slowly be coming back into the conference hall. We have now panel session number 3, Energy for Smart Industrial Growth. And now we have actually more people on site than online. So let me start introducing the speakers who are here on site. And let me start like this. Mr. Josef Sobolewski, Chairman, European Nuclear Cogeneration Industry Initiative, and member of the Governing Board of Sustainable Nuclear Energy Technology Platform. Mr. Sobolewski, where are you? I cannot see you. Please, sir, join me on stage. Look, give the man some applause, please. Thank you so much. Now, our second guest is Ms. Valérie Buyon-Delporte, Hydrogen Ecosystem Director at Michelin. Welcome, Ms. Buyon-Delporte. Now the third person, also on stage, Anne-Chloé De Vic, Innovation Manager, European Chemical Industry Council. Here we go. And the moderator of this session will be Ms. Rosalinde van der Vlies, Directorate C, Clean Planet, Director General for Research and Innovation, European Commission. Rosalinde, take your seat, you're the moderator. And before I give the word to you, short introductory movie, and Rosalinde, you will be the one to introduce your speakers online. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure for me to be moderating this third panel with so many also panelists actually physically present today here in the conference center in Bled, and we also have 2 other speakers joining us online. So let me start also by thanking the Slovenian presidency for the organization of this 15th SET Plan conference. And also to warmly welcome the audience that we have with us here today on site, but also, of course, also all the participants that will be joining us still online in this hybrid event. And I can say that, you know, after the coffee break we had, we can conclude that the first day of the SET Plan conference has already been a big success. We already saw the crucial role that the SET Plan is playing to accelerate the clean energy transition in Europe. It's very clear that the SET Plan is a unique co-creation space bringing together European Commission, member states, associated countries, industry, research, and we also have a great opportunity to accelerate our clean energy transitions and to revamp the SET Plan, looking for new opportunities also with the new landscape we have now in Europe with the European Green Deal, the great ambition that we have in Europe to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050, and also the great opportunity given by our industrial policy strategy to move from sustainable competitiveness to competitive sustainability. So I'm very excited to be here, and we have really a high-level panel of industrial leaders, in the European Union, covering a wide range of energy sectors. We have the hydrogen sector represented, we have chemicals, nuclear, steel. But before I start to introduce in more detail our panelists, I would like to start with a small warm-up question using again Slido. So please bring out your mobile phones. I hope that you've brought your mobile phones on stage. That's really a pity. And basically, the warm-up question would be to ask the audience through Slido which industrial energy sector you actually represent, so that we have a bit of a feel within the audience that is with us. So which energy-related sector do you belong to? Do you belong to the producers or consumers, or none of them? Oh, wow, this is really impressive. We have, for the moment, an equal representation of energy producers and consumers with us. Let's see whether it is evolving. Well, we'll revisit it. In the meantime, I will start with introducing our first speaker, and I will ask basically all the panelists to make some introductory statements of 2 minutes, basically answering the question how the European research and innovation policy can really help to accelerate the clean energy transition in the European Union, while at the same time also contributing to growth and jobs inside the European Union. Because of course our clean energy transition is not only triggered by meeting our climate objectives, we also need to make sure that with our clean energy transition we contribute to the competitiveness of the European Union. And this is the beauty of it, that sustainability issues and competitive issues actually go hand in hand, but we would be very interested to hear from our industrial leaders here today how the EU R&I policy can further help to really achieve this. So I will start with you, Valérie, and you already were very nicely introduced by our moderator. Indeed, you are the Hydrogen Ecosystem Director at Michelin. I also understand you are the first Vice President of France Hydrogène, which is the French Association for Hydrogen. But I also learned, Valérie, that you have a very distinguished title, which I will try to pronounce correctly in French, which is the Chevalier de la Légion d'honneur. So congratulations with that. That is really very impressive. We have actually a knight, if I translate it to English, with us. And what people maybe would not know about you, Valérie, but I understood that you started your career with precious metals and jewelry. And that you moved from the precious metals and jewelry to the automotive sector 15 years ago, and that your female friends were a bit disappointed with this move from jewelry to cars. And I understand that you told them that it's maybe a bit more difficult to wear a shock absorber than a golden necklace, but that you learned from this move that everything is recyclable. And I think, you know, this lesson you learned is also then taken into account in our objectives of making Europe also a circular economy. So that's very, very good. And now, Valérie, I would be very interested to hear your 2-minute pitch on what European research and innovation policy can do for the industrial competitiveness of the European energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind, for these very kind words. And I would like to start with the obvious. Hydrogen will be needed. Of course, we will need also other technologies. But regarding hydrogen, it's not a matter of what, it's rather a matter of how. And I would like first to highlight a very important achievement is that without the first 2 joint undertakings, we will not be where we had today on hydrogen. And it's very simple. No joint undertaking, no hydrogen in the Green Deal. So we're very thankful as industry players to have been supported since 2008 by the joint undertaking. Of course, we have many challenges ahead, and the discussion this morning proved that we need to address these challenges, but we have also tremendous assets. And I would like to name a few. We have a European strategy. We have in many countries in Europe national strategies regarding hydrogen. We have also regulation. We still need more regulation and funding program, but we do have many of them available. And we also have a newly joint undertaking being renewed with an increased budget for the next 7 years. So that will be very helpful. But we also have a true value chain with industry players, with research laboratories and universities ready to jump in the hydrogen ecosystem. And that will be the key to create economic growth and jobs as well. We need synergies between European different administrations, synergies between Europe and industry players and research, synergy between university, industry, Europe, but also member states. We need all these different stakeholders to learn and facilitate the work together in order to achieve it. Scaling up is the next big thing, because we need to invent new mechanisms in order to give visibility, to give confidence for the private sector, for the industry to invest in this new technology. So we really need to think out of the box in order to reduce the uncertainty. And we need also to scale up. And the scaling up, one of the true leverage that we're using today is the IPCEI. It was mentioned this morning, we have an IPCEI ongoing on hydrogen. That will be key to facilitate the takeoff of the market. But we need to better connect the IPCEI with the research and innovation. And last but not least, I make the bet that by the end of the decade, we'll not talk about gigafactories anymore, but rather about terafactories. Last but not least, I would like to say that with hydrogen, we have a unique opportunity that we should not miss. I mean, we need to be very careful. It's not a done deal yet. We really need to work hard. We need to deliver now. But many people consider that climate change is a curse. I would like to conclude by saying that for many industries, it could also be a huge opportunity.
Thank you so much, Valerie. That was extremely clear. Hydrogen is needed. Hydrogen is offering unique opportunity. And what we need from R&I policy is synergies, scaling up, and better connecting the dots. So that was absolutely very clear. Let me move on to Joseph, the chairman of the European Nuclear Cogeneration Industry Initiative, also member of the governing board of the Sustainable Nuclear ETP, and Joseph is also an advisor to the Polish Minister of Climate and Environment. So the next 2 minutes are yours. What should the EU R&I policy do for the European industry?
Thank you very much, Rosalinda. I usually like, as a physicist, to bring something on the ground level, to look where we are and what we need to achieve. As a Europe also. Look, there is so, when we take into account some total final energy consumption per end user in Europe, this is from Eurostat, you can take this, electricity delivered around 23% only for energy, final consumption. From this electricity, only 32% is generated by the most popular renewable energy, hydro, wind, solar. They directly produce electricity. This means that these three renewables deliver around 7–8% of total final energy consumption only. 7–8% of total consumption energy in Europe. When including in this the biofuels, what is a reasonable amount, then in final consumption, the resources combined achieve something around 20%. It is 1/5 of total energy consumption in Europe. At the same time, fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, produce more than 60% of final energy consumption, specifically in heating and transportation. And very clearly, this means that an effective European decarbonization strategy must urgently place more focus on the two strategically important sectors. Regards hydrogen. Hydrogen is often presented as a silver bullet solution for decarbonization. But hydrogen is only the energy carrier, not an energy source. This is energy carrier. Hydrogen needs to be produced first this is this very energy intensive process. Current use of hydrogen in European Union is about 10 megatons per year, mainly for petrochemical and fertilizer industry. It is essentially produced by steam reforming of natural gas, which emits real large amounts of CO2 in this process. If we now moved to low temperature clean electrolysis instead, with this whole renewable energy, we can produce in this low temperature alkaline electrolysis some amount, about 2 megaton hydrogen per year. That's depending on the compression and other. But what this means? This means that with whole current renewable energy, we can produce 18% of current hydrogen use. In this, of course, in this moment, electricity would be not available for the other purposes. Remember, today, 18% currently needed hydrogen can be produced from renewable. If we are talking now about mobility, electromobility, if you're talking about other possibilities, the heating and transportation, maybe not electromobility in this moment, that means that the amount of hydrogen will be need to, I don't know, to triple, to quadruple to this amount that we have. And now we have only 1/5 this what we need if we use all renewable energy. What it means for me as a nuclear, this is important. If you want to go for deep decarbonization, then the primary energy demand would be so high that I can see no net zero without nuclear. I do not think that Europe has the luxury to renounce to one of the biggest low carbon energy sources that is available to us. And I am very happy because in one of the slides, I saw that the people propose as a main source of energy for 2050 nuclear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. That's also a very clear message. No net zero without nuclear, and hydrogen is no silver bullet. Very good. Let's move on to our next speaker who is joining us online. Axel, also warm welcome to you. Axel is Director General of Eurofair. And before joining Eurofair, Axel has been working also in the European Parliament on waste legislation. And the office Axel was working was often referred to as the scrap office. That, of course, is also now playing a very important role for the circular economy. I also was told, Axel, that you are not a big fan of the former US President, Mr. Trump, but that you have been using one of Mr. Trump's quotes that was, "Without steel, you don't have a country." So that's a bit of a selective quotation here, Axel. So now you have 2 minutes for your pitch on what European research and innovation can do for the competitiveness of the energy industry. Axel, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Rosalinde, and good afternoon, everybody. Of course, this quote from the US president is today or in the past also already used by many countries to establish a domestic steel industry with governmental support schemes and subsidies, which leads to a situation that the European steel market is often flooded with dumped or subsidized products. So this is one major cause of global steel excess capacity and a major cause why our sector is constantly in some trouble, to say so. Coming to the decarbonization of our industry and what the R&D agenda of the EU can do on that. First of all, the European steel industry supports, of course, the objectives of the European Union to reduce emissions by 55% in 2030 and to become carbon neutral in 2050. The ambition of our industry is to reduce our emissions by another 30% in just 10 years up to 2030, which would be 55% compared to 1990 levels. And then by 2050, our sector ambition is to be carbon neutral. We have probably one of the largest agendas of decarbonization projects among industries in Europe. We have just a few weeks ago also made public a mapping of 54 projects which will reduce emissions by approximately 76 million tons of CO2, or 1/3 of all the EU steel industry's emissions by 2030 already. And some projects will be scaled up to industrial scale already in 2025-26. The capital expenditure for that is 25 billion euros, and the operational cost is estimated up to 2030 at 45 billion euros. So these are huge amounts, and we come later to the challenges of that. What we will require by 2030, of course, is then also a huge amount of CO2 low, renewable or carbon neutral electricity. We will need 150 terawatt hours of electricity by 2030, of which half will be needed for the production of 1.7 million tons of hydrogen. By 2050, we will need 400 terawatt hours. That is 7 times of today's electricity purchase of our industry. It is almost the size of the entire electricity consumption of France. Out of these 400 terawatt hours, we will need around about 3/5, so to produce 5.5 million tons of hydrogen. That is a major challenge. The set plan, of course, plays here a very important role because it helps to achieve both technology and energy supply. It helps access to funding for CO2 low technologies, and it helps creating synergies between funding schemes. So what of course is the main objective for us is to have access to affordable CO2 low and carbon neutral energy. That's the main objective for our industry when you talk about the energy agenda. We need, of course, then supply in sufficient amount and timely, because this will be a huge challenge, and the person, Rob, who just talked about this before, we are not sure whether all this could be provided without nuclear energy, or the hydrogen we will need. So that is something that has to be debated. The efficient use of the energy, this is also very important, and there the R&D agenda of the EU is also helping here. We as a steel industry are in particular looking for our technologies into the Clean Steel Partnership Innovation Fund. IPCIs, the hydrogen IPCI has been mentioned. There, hopefully, maybe I've missed it, but I hope that this will be finalized now by DG Competition, because we are also working on or want to work on an IPCI for low carbon industry, and there, of course, the energy question plays also a major role. I stop here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Axel, for underlining the need for huge investments, also huge amounts of renewable electricity, the importance of synergies between the different funding schemes, the importance of the IPCIs, and of course also thank you for mentioning the issues of affordability and energy efficiency. I would like to move on now to Anne Chloe, who is here with me, Innovation Manager at CEFIC, which is the European Chemical Industry Council. And Anne Chloe also coordinates the national technology platforms for the EU Platform for Sustainable Chemistry. What we cannot find in your CV is that you are a frequent traveler to India because you have family members there, and that often you also fly in the plane that is flown by your brother, who is a pilot, and that therefore you have a specific interest in low carbon aviation, and that you are a firm believer in hydrogen in this respect. So I see here a similarity with Valérie, and actually you also have another similarity with Valérie, because I'm told that in your free time you make very nice jewelry with stones from India. So I see here a very nice friendship emerging. But before we further explore this friendship, the 2 minutes are yours for your pitch on what European research innovation can do for industry.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. For the chemical sector, evidently is a major contributor for the energy transition. It provides employment to over 1 million people. It's, I think, important to state. And it's a solution provider to almost all value chains. And that's where the complexity of the research and innovation agenda for the chemical industry is not only we reduce our CO2 emissions on our sites, but we also develop materials for wind blades, we develop materials for batteries, so we have a direct involvement in lowering the carbon footprint, the overall carbon footprint, basically. We have already done some CO2 emissions reduction, like we reduced from 325 million tons of CO2 in 1990 to 135 million tons in 2017, which is quite a lot. We did this through mainly energy efficiency improvements and use of less carbon-intensive energy sources. But then now we have huge challenges, and one example I would say is the cracker, how to electrify our crackers, knowing that a lot of chemical products, a lot of the carbon footprint in products is coming actually from the cracker. So now we have several projects started to develop an e-cracker. The big challenge is that it's going to take several years. So I would state this as one of the biggest challenge, how we can accelerate this. And again, it's through collaboration, through the support of the RNI ecosystem, European ecosystem, together between member states, regional funds, and European funds. So for us, it's extremely important. The SET plan has given us the opportunity to list all the different technologies, because there are like many. We have, of course, the integration of the climate neutral energy in our processes. What it means is it means converting the heat into electricity, but then we also have process efficiency, like all the development of membranes for separation, for CO2 capture, for example. I mean, there are like many, many examples. And then we also have, and that's also a very important aspect for us, is the better utilization of alternative carbon sources. And I say alternative carbon sources, not alternative feedstocks anymore, because we don't want to eliminate carbon. We use as alternative carbon sources biomass, contains carbon. We use waste, plastics waste or other types of waste, also containing carbon. And then CO2, conversion of CO2 and CO is also a big technology agenda for us. I would say that we welcome the initiative launched by DG Clima on restoring sustainable carbon cycle. So that's part of the agenda, and that's where I would leave it for now. We also are talking about hydrogen. So for us, hydrogen is mainly a feedstock, as Joseph was mentioning. But then we have now projects already started on photoelectrocatalysis to make pure renewable hydrogen. So I think that's an interesting point also to make.
Thank you very much. And to really underline also the importance of reducing the carbon footprint and the fact that it's very important that the SET plan has allowed this collaboration between EU and national level. And also thank you for pointing out opportunities by using alternative carbon sources. So last but not least, we go back to our online speaker, Rob van der Meer. Welcome to you as well. I see that you are with us from a very interesting place. Rob is the Industrial Policy director of the CEM Bureau, which is the European Cement Association. And Rob, I'm told that you were one of the participants in the first international conference on carbon dioxide removal in Amsterdam in 1992. So if there's anybody, either in the audience or with us online, who was also at this international conference on carbon dioxide removal in Amsterdam in 1992, you are the big winner of a free virtual coffee with Rob after this conference. So if there's anybody who was there in 1992 with Rob, please make yourself known to the conference organizers and we will set up this free virtual coffee with Rob after this conference. Before that, Rob, we move to you for your 2 minutes on what R&I policy can do for industry.
Thank you. And yes, indeed, I was in Amsterdam at that time and it was a pleasure to be there. And hopefully there's someone else also in this meeting. My apologies for not being able to come to you for this meeting. I had to stay at home for several reasons. But I wanted to talk a little bit about innovation and why is this important for the cement industry. And we start, of course, with a lot of obvious remarks, but I wanted to start from a different perspective. Innovation in cement and innovation in the concrete industry in the global world is started always in Europe. That's today the case, that is already 100 years the case, or even longer, and I expect that it will be the case in the next 20 years too. So that really stresses that if you want to decarbonize the European cement world or the global cement world, you have to start in Europe. That as a starting point. I also wanted to make a statement that the best cement plants in the world from a carbon perspective are operating in Europe. That's always underestimated by other people because new plants are being constructed in China, in India, but really the best performing plants are in Europe. And that's interesting to know. Now, when talking about innovation, I always think that we have to think about the 3 pillars, the concrete pillars, I would say, of a decarbonation house. For decarbonization of the industry, I think that we need to identify 3 pillars. And the first one is the technical pillar. That is about use of hydrogen, electricity, but also other materials, new products, changing current products into better products, low carbon products. That is the technical development. And for that, it's very important that it is continued and that the support is from Europe, from the countries, is continued to the cement industry and I guess to any sector. The second pillar, I would say, is the infrastructure pillar of this infrastructure that we need for decarbonizing the industry. And that is about hydrogen, that is about renewable electricity, that is about CO2, but it's also about waste materials that have to be recycled, reused. And that infrastructure is really the second pillar that we need. And for that, also a lot of innovative developments are needed. The third pillar, I would put it for me at the left, is the pillar of the policy societal framework that we need. And that is a challenge from a European perspective, but not for today. I would like to focus on the technical pillar. The technical pillar, when you look at cement, 60% of our emissions are coming from process emissions, unavoidable emissions by normal technology, except when you go for carbon capture and use, carbon capture and storage, that type of technology. But from a technical perspective, these process emissions, 60% for cement, are a big challenge. The other part are the energy combustion emissions. And when you know that cement industry in Europe reduced its emissions already with 15% since 1990, that sounds not that impressive. 15% over 30 years, okay, not that impressive. But when you recognize that 60% of the emissions not reduced by 50%, it means the 15 is in fact, in practice, 40%. And that is really a message that we have to convey. So there is a lot of possibilities for the future, and I don't want to go too much in detail because I'm also limited in time. It means for me, as a conclusion of this first round, that innovation in cement and concrete, but also the other energy intensive sectors, combined with the structural infrastructural demand and setup. It's an interesting project concept for that, combined with a political societal framework, could help us to achieve that low carbon, or in fact carbon neutral society, which is the ambition of the cement industry for 2050 in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob, for this very clear pitch with your 3 pillars: technology, infrastructure, and society. Okay, let me just see whether everybody is still awake in the audience, because I'm not sure this is the case. So please take on your phones and let's go for the second Slido poll question. The question here to you is, in your opinion, which energy technology trends will have the greatest impact on our industry over the next years? So the floor is open. We should have a word cloud forming behind, or maybe not. If everybody is sleeping, there will be no word cloud, and then the screen will remain completely blank. So while, there's something happening here. Very, very good. Okay, we let everybody in the audience, both here in the conference center, but also online, wake up and participate in the Slido poll question. In the meantime, I'm going to the second round, where I will have some more specific questions so we can dive a bit deeper with our industrial leaders here. Valérie, if it's okay, I will start with you first. We already heard some different opinions on hydrogen, also from the other panelists. So basically, please could you enlighten us what role you think hydrogen will have to play in the energy mix as an enabler in the clean energy transition, whilst also, of course, boosting our sustainable industrial growth. Valérie, you have again 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Joseph stated something which is really true, is that hydrogen is no silver bullet. Hydrogen is needed, but we also need other technologies. And hydrogen is an energy carrier, we totally agree, but it brings flexibility to the energy system grid. And it can carry a lot of amount of hydrogen, of energy, whatever the time, whatever the space, and it can be bulk storage, so which is a very good leverage whenever we want to achieve a target in terms of renewable energy in the electricity grid. What is so interesting is that hydrogen is not a newcomer. For many, many decades, hydrogen has been used in the industry. We're talking about 70 million tons a year already being used, but hydrogen is also a nice energy carrier and a nice tool for the future industries. And where we're talking about decarbonating transport, intensive and heavy-duty mobility, that's where hydrogen can play a role. When we're talking about decarbonating industry, and Alex is is representing the steel industry, hydrogen will be a true game changer in helping the steel industry to decarbonate. So we can see that even an old energy carrier can also participate and contribute in achieving net zero emission. I will dare also to talk about nuclear and nuclear assets, not only because I'm French, but also because I think that we need to use all the electricity sources, low carbon electricity sources that are available. And when you use hydrogen, I mean using nuclear electricity, then you can reach a very low CO2 intensity. And on top of that, you can also use existing assets. You don't need to create new assets. You have already existing one. And because we'll need huge amount of electricity, I mean, we need also to have an holistic approach and to take into consideration what we have today, what we need to build. We talk a lot about the small modular reactors for nuclear. I mean, we need to investigate every single low carbon technology which is available.
That's very clear, and you make a really good bridge to Joseph, who I will now give the floor in a second. And also looking at the results from our polls on which energy technology trends will have the greatest impact on our industry over the next years, you can really see two things. It's hydrogen, according to our audience, and the small nuclear reactors. So this begs for a reaction from you, Joseph. And in particular, would you also see the production of pink hydrogen as a very important part of our future energy mix?
Okay, maybe first about small hydrogen reactor and later about the pink hydrogen, okay? Yes, small modular reactors, this is something what now is opened as a very new development, very futurable now. And there are two areas where the SMRs can deliver an important impact on the European economy. First, it is the impact on the electricity production through the reduction of capex. You know, the huge power reactor have one unpleasant feature. They cost too much, quite simple. This is a huge capex requirements that negatively influences the leverage cost of electricity. And of course, the financing cost can reach in the big reactor on average 70% of the final average cost of electricity. This is, of course, very good business for finance institution, but certainly not for customers. The second important impact is the possibility, and by the way, of course, we can produce now the hydrogen using these power reactors and adding, for example, the heat from reactors, because reactors' primary product is a heat, not electricity. Involving this heat is around 300 degrees Celsius. We can be more efficient as in the normal temperature. That is something what is very useful, and there is a lot of economical investigation. That is a very good option. To using this what we have. SMRs, of course, allow this also, especially in the industry areas, directly nearly to the industry places, because small reactors have usually a small EPZ zone, and there is easier to locate them, if the people allow, of course. And the second important impact is the possibility to decarbonize industry and transport. In this, my first statement, I told you that in the final energy consumption by end user, we have a 60% used for heating and transportation that is fully covered by fossil fuel, mostly gas and coal, yes? And using existing technology that we have now of high temperature nuclear reactors, they are also SMR reactors, also they use the name AMR, we can produce the very large heat demand easily up to 700 degrees Celsius on the output of the reactor. What it means? That we can, with this reactor, deliver the industry steam, 550 degrees, what is very likely for chemical fertilizer industry, with huge amount and very and stable and as you wish, quite simple, on demand. And these high temperature reactors can also be developed in the next version. There is also now exist in the research 1000 degree hydrogen. And I'm coming to the end, sorry. And that is very important for Europe because these both technologies are really ready. That means the first SMRs of both types, water and gas cooled, if you want, we can build them up to end of this decade, up to 2030. This is the decision only. The technology is enough mature to doing this. And if you are not doing this, of course, the other will be doing this. And for example, there is now very rush development, especially in China, North America, and by the way, the United Kingdom, and this is not Europe now. Okay. And on the last, the pink hydrogen. I don't like these colors because pink for me is the color that like my daughter, but she's 12 years old. I usually think about clean or not clean hydrogen. We need to set some level of CO2 emission and say is something clean or not. And it will be so easier and not making these different colors, what is, for me, is not very understanding. Okay, again, no net zero without nuclear. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Let's quickly move on to the cement sector. Rob, could you please share with us what you see as main options to green the cement sector to meet our climate ambitions? 2 minutes maximum, please, Rob.
So I have to be very fast. First, I said already that it is not only about energy, because energy is only contributing only 30% of the emissions. So talking about hydrogen or electrification or biomass fuels will help the cement industry to decarbonize, but only for that 30%. So we really have to look in new products, low carbon cements, low carbon concretes, and we have to look, don't forget that, carbon capture, use and storage. That is a fundamental aspect for cement industry to achieve that carbon neutrality. So, and there is not a single option. Not that we do it only this year. Only, it has to be all. And that's the challenge that I see. So asking a priority, for instance, on what we should do, the answer is we should not have priority. We should do them all. So back to the point, energy, yes, hydrogen, not up to 100%, but I assume up to 20% of the use of energy by the cement industry. Electricity, yes, perhaps you will see electrical kilns with plasma type of kilns, very challenging, never done before, but also carbon capture and use. And finally, we have to move into these low carbon products. And that is a challenge also for the society. How to accept these new products? How do we get that in the market? That is a big question. And I don't have the answers, but I see that as a challenge. Thank you. 2 minutes?
Excellent, Rob. Thank you very much, and also thank you for mentioning the societal dimension and the importance also of acceptance of society of new technologies. I have the same question, Axel. We are moving to you. So what do you see as main options to green the steel sector?
I actually agree with Rob that we need a set of technology approaches to decarbonize and to green the economy, to make the economy circular. One part is, of course, the hydrogen use, but also carbon capture, use and storage. So there is a number of technologies which we need to support here. This is due to the fact that the eventual applicability of a certain technology is subject to regional conditions, most importantly energy costs, energy availability, infrastructure availability, local extent of industrialization, local legal restrictions, or the actual technology readiness level achieved. So therefore, again, this plan, the set plan, but also the whole research agenda and support agenda, the funding agenda of the EU is very important. And I must really say this, that in the last 2 years, there has been made a major step forward in that by the EU. So funding is available for R&D. We need now funding for the scaling up, more funding for the scaling up to industrial scale. We see that for the steel industry, yes, hydrogen will be the major energy vector which we will use. But how to come to that, when you look into how much electricity will be needed for the energy intensive industries as a whole, that's 3,000 terawatt hours approximately. That's a doubling of the total EU electricity consumption. So for that reason, at least in the transition, we need all the options. For example, when we have not sufficient hydrogen available, the steel industry can also use natural gas and then blend the natural gas with hydrogen more and more according to the availability of hydrogen. But then also only the production of the energy is not the solution. We need also the infrastructures for that. And there we need a much quicker approach in the member states to realize that permitting of energy infrastructures takes years sometimes. And I see this in my industry when they are now when they need more electricity, either they import the hydrogen or will import the hydrogen, or they produce the hydrogen on site, then they need electricity. It is a challenge to get all the infrastructure timely in place.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Axel. And I'm quickly moving now to you, Anne, with the same question, but we're moving to greening the chemical sector. So what do you see as the main options there? Should we use more biomass in biorefineries? Should we reuse CO2? Please enlighten us, Anne. What should we do?
Right. So as I mentioned before, we have the option of using different feedstocks like biomass, waste, and also CO2. So it's not an or, it's and, it's a combination of the different feedstocks, and it very much depends on the local situation of a petrochemical site or chemical plant. The access to the biomass is important. It has to be accessible locally, but of course it's quite complex because we have to meet the circular economy objectives, so we do have to contribute to the circularity of plastics. So what we have been doing recently, this will be published soon. We have developed a model which is looking at different scenarios. So we have listed all the different low carbon technologies I was mentioning before, and then we can see what is the effect of using more biomass or more waste or more CO2. And that's quite interesting. I think that's it basically.
Okay, thank you very much, Anne. I fear that we have come almost to the end of our session today. I think this has been a really very interesting discussion with top leaders from the industry in the European Union. We have heard that there's basically no silver bullet to green our sectors, but that we need massive investments, that we need massive amounts of renewable energy available in the future, that we need to connect the dots between the different funding schemes that are available in the European Union, and that the SET plan has and will continue to play a very important role in connecting these dots and ensuring that we can move from research and innovation to further deployment and scaling up. So I would like to conclude this session basically by doing once more a tour of our very impressive panelists, and I would really ask all of you to stick to one sentence, and Joseph, I'm restricting you to 3 words. And basically the question is to wrap up this session, that you will also make my life easier, because then I don't need to conclude any further. So please, distinguished panelists, share with us in 1 sentence or 3 words, what are your expectations for the future SET plan to make all this happen? And let me start with Axel. You may start.
Continue to find the right synergies between the programs and the approaches.
Thank you. Then we go to Valérie.
We are probably facing the biggest issue that humankind will ever had, and I'm totally convinced that with hydrogen we can achieve the goal, and we can also at the same time create economic growth, jobs, connection.
Joseph.
Thank you that I am here, because I am from nuclear, and the last SET plan was nuclear was not involved. And I think that now everybody knows that we can bring some valuable input to energy, to a European Green Deal. No nuclear, no net zero without nuclear. Thank you.
Anne-Chloé, please.
I think on the SET plan side, I think it's going the right direction. Maybe we could ask for more representation of the member states. Sometimes the member states are there on their own interest or because they have a big interest, but we would like to see more. But I'm in the same direction as Axel, is the linkages between the different funding schemes, the overarching agenda that we need to have clarity. And I would make a special point on these industrial roadmaps, which are being developed now. So low carbon technology, circular economy. So hopefully we have a document which is linked with the set plan agenda. Thank you.
And the last sentence is for Rob.
Yeah, my journey in carbon dioxide removal started, as known, in 1992. Now we see with the EU ETS Innovation Fund suddenly popping up carbon capture and storage projects popping up in Europe. And I think that is really promising for the next years, and set plan should contribute actively in that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You were an amazing panel, and also you were an amazing audience. There were also questions from the audience. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to answer them now in this session, but I will ask our panelists to take the time and to answer these questions after the session, because I think it's indeed very valuable. Thank you so much for your energy, and I'm really looking forward to the continuation of this conference. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, all panelists. You were great. And Rosalinda, thank you so much for the remarkable time management. You have made my life so much easier. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention to the survey, the satisfaction survey. It's on Slido, and I will kindly ask you to fill it out. It'll be active all day till tomorrow morning, so I hear. And I will give the final instructions on dinner, where we are going to meet, what we are going to do, who is buying dinner. You know that already. But now, the last part of today's work is the Set Plan International Working Groups, Implementation Working Groups snapshots. Now, it's a movie. It'll last not very long. It's very interesting. So I would like to ask my colleagues at the backstage, now it's movie time, snapshots, and then afterwards, all the necessary information for what is going to happen today and tomorrow.
The Strategic Energy Technology Plan is the technology pillar of the EU's energy and climate policy. It's implemented by 13 implementation working groups. The SET Plan is a true European project, showing how cooperation and joint efforts lead to achieving common European goals. The new policy landscape and new Green Deal strategies call for alignment and adaptation to the ambition of the EU Green Deal. The new Clean Energy Transition Co-Fund partnership between the Commission and EU member states will mobilise €700 million for a joint EU research and innovation agenda to support the next phase of the SET Plan. This is the way to go in reaching the 2030 and 2050 EU Green Deal climate targets. We are presenting the SET Plan Implementation Working Group's achievements and success stories.
Offshore wind power is a key technology for Europe's green transition. The European Commission expects offshore wind power to grow from 26 gigawatts today to 300 gigawatts in European waters by 2050. The Set Plan Implementation Working Group for Offshore Wind Power supports coordination and development of research and innovation in the field. The aim is to continue cost reductions and speed up deployment of offshore wind power, including grid connections. In 2020, European offshore wind power was predominantly installed in the North Sea, but in the coming years, offshore wind power will be deployed in all European waters, from the north of Norway in the northwest to the Black Sea in the southeast. In many parts of Europe, the sea is too deep for bottom-fixed wind turbines. Floating wind power will therefore play a pivotal role in achieving Europe's target for offshore wind power. The Implementation Working Group for Offshore Wind supports the strengthening of research and design in floating wind power, in balance with continued investments in bottom-fixed. The vast volume of renewable power from offshore wind will have to find its way to the energy users. Research into transmission and conversion into other energy carriers such as hydrogen is needed to make this integration happen. The expansion of offshore wind power must not jeopardize public support or the European marine environment. That's why the Implementation Working Group has worked with researchers from social science and humanities to identify key issues related to public acceptance and fair green transition. Offshore wind power started in European waters in 1991. 30 years later, the journey has only just begun. Now is the time to innovate and to act.
Decarbonizing energy systems is a major challenge in the fight against climate change. Depending on their unique circumstances and natural resources, each country has a different approach in reaching its decarbonization targets. To overcome these differences, Europe needs a smart blend of renewable technologies in all sectors to meet different national agendas and achieve full decarbonization. For example, sunny countries like Spain can directly take advantage of their very good solar resources to decarbonize their power system and industry processes. Meanwhile, a less sunny country like Germany could also decarbonize its system and support its export industry through other technologies, such as hydrogen, while also benefiting from importing dispatchable solar energy from Southern Europe and enabling adequate storage solutions. A single, diversely applicable technology that can reconcile all these different national interests already exists. Introducing solar thermal electricity, or STE. STE uses mirrors to concentrate the sun's heat onto a receiver to generate dispatchable electricity on demand, day or night, while storing energy in its thermal storages. The stored heat can also be used directly for various industrial purposes, including green fuel generation. There are multiple ways to benefit from STE wherever you are in Europe. Cross-national shared benefits include exporting dispatchable power to less sunny countries and joint industrial and research actions across Europe. This means countries with less favorable solar resources can import dispatchable solar energy from Southern Europe and directly use STE's thermal energy storage capabilities for industrial objectives.
The SET Plan Implementation Working Group 4 deals with the real backbone of the future integrated energy system, the energy networks. Together with its 15 participating countries, we wish to align research and development priorities, to share project results, and discuss methods to increase the resilience, security, and efficiency of the European energy system. We work over two main streams. The first one is dedicated to power systems and their interaction with other energy carriers. And the second one deals with local and regional systems. Aligned with the ETIPSNet, the first stream fosters national investments toward advanced networks capable to host large shares of renewable energy sources in an efficient and cost-effective way, thus ensuring circularity. Over to Michael Hübner in Austria for the second work stream.
Thank you, Michele De Nigris from Italy. So it is about the big infrastructures, but it is also about the distributed energy systems and their integration on a very local to up to a regional and a European level. We need to mobilize flexibility and find synergies between energy carriers. So it is about heat, it is about cold, and it is about the integration of active buildings into the energy system. But it is not only about technology. It's also very much about people. Therefore, we want to work with regional innovation ecosystems where the citizens, the crafts, the technology companies, and the entrepreneurs work together for our energy future.
The SET Plan Implementation Working Group on Energy Efficiency in Buildings aims to bring forward the specific targets that were set for the building sector. We address topics ranging from active building facades and digital planning to heating and cooling technologies. Many projects have been launched across the EU to help achieve these goals. Two exemplary projects I want to show you how.
Time is one of the main challenges in renovation projects. This is often due to a lack of data or because data collection is not being efficient enough. The BIMSpeed tools and methodologies offer solutions to reduce the average duration of energy-related construction works by more than 20% compared to current national standard practices. The Reward Heat project aims to develop technologies for gathering urban low-temperature renewable and waste heat and to feed it into district heating and cooling networks. By reducing the supply temperatures to less than 60 degrees Celsius and balancing heating and cooling sources within the network, we can reduce the dependency on fossil fuels by more than 80%.
You're welcome to join our working group. For more information, have a look at our website.
The SET Plan Action on Energy Efficiency in Industry is dedicated to making the EU industry less energy, resource and emission intensive and more competitive. By bringing the research community, industry and policymakers together from across Europe, it aims to accelerate the energy transition towards climate neutrality through coordinated research and investments in the energy-intensive industries.
Since 2017, Member States, associated countries, and the European Commission have joined their forces with the industry. Together, we define research and innovation priorities aligned with the latest developments in research, industry, and policy. This makes it possible to identify and develop projects that will pave the way for the deployment of emerging technologies.
Coolheat, for instance, develops cutting-edge supercritical CO2 thermodynamic cycles for transforming waste heat into power. It will be demonstrated in an existing cement factory and its replication potential assessed in 6 selected sites across Europe, covering different sectors. Steelanol applies breakthrough technologies to produce bioethanol from exhaust gases emitted in the steel industry. It now builds the largest demonstration production facility of this kind in the world. The implementation working group members will continue their efforts to achieve the objectives of the action.
It is important that all stakeholders work together to have a common understanding of research and innovation needs, challenges and opportunities. This ensures that the European industry remains competitive through the development of key technologies.
This action helps the governments to make informed policy decisions, contributes to achieve the EU goal to be climate neutral by 2050.
We look forward to continue this journey together.
The Implementation Working Group number 8 focuses on bioenergy and renewable fuels for sustainable transport. This includes biofuels, both liquid and gaseous, hydrogen and e-fuels. The challenges and targets cover improving the production performance, reducing cost and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Bioenergy and renewable fuels can contribute to society and sectors, with biofuels as a fast part solution, hydrogen and e-fuels as a growing part solution until electrification becomes dominant for road transport, and as a permanent solution for aviation and shipping. In addition, renewable fuels, besides hydrogen, are dense renewable energy and hydrogen carriers, and can thus be used for road transport and heating in fuel cells as clean energy solutions alongside electrification. Technologies within the Implementation Working Group 8 scope cover the overall research and innovation pipeline from low TRL CO2 investments in the market. Some example projects are the Pyrocell project in Sweden, producing bio-oil from sawdust, the Clariant cellulosic ethanol plant in Romania, and the Refine project in Germany, installing the world's largest electrolyzer to produce hydrogen. Finally, bioenergy and renewable fuel technologies must be seen from a system perspective, and together with other technologies, they can contribute to achieving our common goal and targets.
There are over 40 market-ready projects in Europe, projects that are on track to become operational before 2030, provided that supportive policy and financial frameworks are in place. You can see many of them later in this presentation, and if you refer to the ZEP website, you can see an extensive overview and categorization of these planned projects. The key enabler for these projects is European CO2 infrastructure, which connects CO2 emitters in industrial hubs and clusters to safe geological storage. It is critical that such infrastructure is based on multimodal CO2 transport and the recognition of CO2 storage across EU legislation.
Longship, the Norwegian government's full-scale CCS project, is one of the first industrial CCS projects to develop an open access infrastructure with the intent and the capacity to store significant volumes of CO2 from across the European continent. Longship includes capturing and liquefaction of CO2 from industrial sources in the Oslofjord region and shipping liquid CO2 from these industrial capture sites to an onshore terminal on the Norwegian west coast. From there, the CO2 will be transported by pipeline to a subsea offshore storage location in the North Sea.
Porthos is developing a project in which CO2 from industry in the port of Rotterdam is transported and stored in depleted gas fields beneath the North Sea. CO2 will be captured from various industrial companies, compressed, transported through an offshore pipeline to a platform in the North Sea, approximately 20 kilometers off the coast, and pumped in depleted gas fields.
Last year, the IWG9 updated its targets to 2030 to reflect the EU's higher ambition. Based on the higher targets and the EU's commitment to net zero greenhouse gas emissions, the CCUS SET plan has developed a roadmap to 2030, aiming to identify and stress the actions that are needed for large-scale development and deployment of CCS and CCU in Europe during this decade. With contributions from project developers, academia, industry and energy companies, the roadmap outlines policies and R&I needs for CCS and CCU development and deployment, and it identifies barriers and hurdles to overcome in this decade.
The Implementation Working Group number 10 on nuclear safety supports the Green Deal decarbonization goal of the European Union. Nuclear energy represents 50% of the low-carbon electricity produced in the EU today and remains the EU's largest, safest, most competitive, flexible, and reliable energy supplier. The main goals are to ensure the safe long-term operation of the existing European fleet, support advances in technologies for new build, but also for decommissioning, dismantling, and waste management. Facilitate the use of nuclear energy in other fields such as the reuse of process heat for the heavy industry, cogeneration or hydrogen production, and district heating. Expand its use in key sectors such as medicine, food, space, agriculture, or environmental sciences. Develop new reactor designs with a view to closing the fuel cycle and reducing the generation of long-lived waste. Promote high-quality skills, maintain R&D top-class infrastructures, encourage and strengthen international cooperation. One of the most promising recent developments in nuclear design are SMRs. Their smaller size and modularity make them cheaper and easier to build. Their inherent and passive safety systems and reduced footprint make them useful to replace fossil power plants. Many of them are being developed around the world from Argentina to China, passing through US and Russia. In Europe, the French demonstrator Nieuward TM light water reactor is being developed to be implemented by 2030. Regarding fusion, the EU is a world leader in R&D of longer-term fusion technology thanks to several international partnerships and EU programs. Other highlights of the IWG include today Urad, Concert, Gemini Plus, Allegro, Alfred, Okoloto 3, Mira, JHR, and Pallas. International collaborations have taken place through SNETP and its 3 pillars, IGDTP, EERA JPNM, Melodi, IAEA, and the OECD NEA. The implementation plan on nuclear safety was endorsed by 18 countries. And the Nuclear Safety IWG envisages to strengthen synergies with several other set plan IWGs.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this day. You have been a wonderful audience. Now tomorrow we'll start sharply at 9 o'clock. The dinner will be held at 7 o'clock in the Bled Rose Hotel close by. Please do not forget to fill out the satisfaction form, the satisfaction survey, and last but not least, let me say one thing. Goethe, the famous German poet, said that life is too short for drinking bad wines. And this is the right place to drink excellent wines. Thank you very much for your kind attention. See you tomorrow and at the dinner.